Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Tori. What you doing there?
I'm playing.
She's playing. She's having lots of fun. She's going to show us her stuffs. Look at those balls. She's got balls over there, guys. It's Saturday night. Hello, everybody. How are you? Hey, Ray, did I make it? Ray Bone Crush Eyes here. What's going on, everybody? Hi, Christy, Flut, Beth, Pat, Steffi Sue, Marla, Tam, Sylvie C, Anita, Bill, Doreen, hello. Carrie Chaos, whoa, hold on. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. She asked me earlier. There you are. I see you. Happy birthday. Girls, hello. Bonnie, hello. Mike. Pam, Harper. John Caps. You in the corner? Are you in the corner? Cena, Lori and I, Ernie Boyd, hey. Christine, how you doing? Strictly. Cat Lady. Hey. Jennifer Shaw. Beth, Cindy Fields, hello. Angie, Fawn, Tammy, Bearded Fisherman. What is happening? Michelle, hello. I love that. I always remember her name because I remember the knitting that came in the box that she sent for Harley. Oh, so cute. So whenever I see her, I'm always reminded of that. MF Cairo, hey, how are you? Spade. Mr. Hells has said he got caught. He's such an idiot. I didn't even watch this video today. Someone said something to me, so I went back to see, oh, God, what's this? And I'm like, oh, man, what an idiot. That's all I can say. What an idiot. Pandiera, hey. Hello. Jerry, Noel. Tori, what is happening, everybody? Hey, Lori. Connie. Sandman. Why do I want to sing Enter Sandman every time I see that? Duh. Shot Nova. Oh, Bud Light's here. Gonna cause some trouble. DRD, hello. Melissa, hey. Chicky! You need to, Lisa. He gone too far. He is going too far, but that's okay. You know, that's okay. He's showing his true colors. To many people now. Rather than just a few noticing. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. I was over on Tori's OF page. Tori, you have an OF page now?
I evidently so.
Oh, that's my gosh. Saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
now, how's that looking, Lisa?
Oh, I like it. I do. I like it. But wait, much better. Yeah, I don't even see it now.
Can't tell that it's
no. Mm-mm.
I face it.
Beauty. Yeah, it looks beauty. John Cook, hello. Hey, Beth Crimson, hello.
Yeah, this is the leather.
Now going to put his other neighbor in court. He's saying that he owns his neighbor's house.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. First of all, if you okay. Yeah, I didn't want to start this early. If you turn around and you go on the property where, he had it surveyed and all this crap, they still have the same amount of feet, which means it's going to go more south. Don't you get it? Anytime he wants to try and move something, he's an idiot. And by the way, guys, he did not own that property that he's talking about. He did not own that property then. Okay? And the markers are the markers. He can't change them. The earth doesn't move like that. Not for them to change markers. Not like that. Sorry.
Yeah, you can't just lift up the markers and move them.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, this is my property. They're trespassing on my property. And blah, 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 blah. It's like, dude, you know what? Grow up.
He's an
Grow
idiot.
up. Okay? Who moves to a town where you know nobody and starts fighting with every one of his neighbors?
Oh, I know who.
Every one of them. Who?
Jeremy Hales.
There you go. Every freaking one of them. Some people realized what he was doing and was just like, I'm not even gonna, you know what I mean? Like, oh, no, because he's done it to like 3 or 4 people. And then boom, it's ridiculous what he's done. It's sad what he's done. Who the hell wants to live like that? And I guess he does, but he's got a YouTube channel. He's got to film. Everybody's allowed to film, and everybody's allowed to have a camera, and blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what? When people don't want to be filmed and you're threatening them and harassing them with it, it's a whole different story. Kind of like when you have free speech, or you think you got free speech, and then you keep harassing and bullying and saying the things you want on a constant basis, attacking with your free speech. Guess what? It's no longer about your free speech. It becomes harassment. Do you not get that? So he's trying to say, now I'm getting into it. So I go and I watch this stupid thing, like, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes ago, because I got an email. I'm like, well, what is he saying? And then I realized he's got the neighbors on his thumbnail, so now he's doing that to them. Here we go. And he starts, bitching and moaning. And Lisa, reposing, and like acts like a freaking child. And which is, it's still not my name. But he starts saying that I told Michelle so and so, right? So the cops show up at Michelle's house. By the way, this is a while ago. Okay, cops show up at Michelle's house. And then remember he read a 911 report, a FOIA report? This is it. That's what he's showing you the video now. Probably got it from Shara, because she's like the keeper of the FOIAs over there. But anyway, so Shart, yeah. Anyway, he created that apparently. I don't know. Anyway, so she's sitting there, and Michelle's talking to this guy, and they're talking about, there's a lot of privacy laws, and there's also laws in regarding surveillance, voyeurism, cameras, the whole 9 yards. Jeremy's thinking what he's saying is correct, and it's also incorrect. Okay, it all depends on the property you have and what you're doing with it, how you're broadcasting it, okay, and what you're actually filming. Jerem, why on Tubetown 1.0, which we're going to start calling Sioux Town, on Sioux Town, why do you have cameras facing directly on her property? Why isn't it on your fence line? Why isn't it on your easement? Why is it directly at her house? Can you explain that? Explain that. Do you really believe, because the sheriff doesn't believe, that because her entire property is not completely fenced in, that she has no expectation of privacy? Really? You sure about that? You might want to check on that, Germ. What else was he babbling about? Oh, the fact that Lisa told. Well, what you heard was Michelle messaging me. Voice messaging me. You didn't hear Lisa saying anything, did you? No, you didn't.
Where did he get that from?
Stop your freaking lying, huh? Michelle was talking to the deputy or lieutenant. I'm not sure who was there. Yeah. But she was talking to him on the property, and they were talking about the privacy laws and how, like, we found them. She used the word we, right? So then she texted, she messaged me, voice messaged me. Okay. I don't believe I answered her, but that was what she said. She's like, Lisa, can we get the statutes or whatever? And there's a bunch of things involving it, actually. So, and I wasn't there to respond. And that's, I guess, at some point she was just like, okay, whatever, that's it, because he wasn't really helping her. He was trying to be helpful, but he was trying to get her to give him the statutes, and she didn't have them on her.
They should know that stuff.
She was just like, forget it. Well, you would think that they do, but the funny part of this whole story is he read the FOIA report, right? And on the FOIA report, it says that she asked him to leave. Okay. And when you obviously he shows it, right? But the way Jeremy says it on the FOIA report was like she kicked him off the property. Did you see in that video?
He said that multiple times.
Yeah. Did she kick the cop off the property? I call them cops. I'm sorry. But did she kick him off the property? No, absolutely not. But that's what, he says. Anyway, the sheriff disagreed with the cop. I'm sorry, the deputy. So, guys, just hold out. Let Jerem spew all the crap that he's spewing because there is going to be some kind of lightning bolt happening.
Let the kid finish puking.
Yeah. It's going to be like the boy who cried wolf. Anyway. So, yeah. He's just an idiot. He is so angered right now. Do you see him? Like, the fact that he's even doing that video. Okay. You know what else? I don't want to. I kind of don't want to talk about it because I don't want to. A while ago, someone pointed out to me, that the channel was, like, my channel was doing really well, right? Based on, like, the ratios, right?
Yep.
So, someone said Travis was having a fit or something like that, and I'm like, about what my child? Like, he's like, oh, I'm the drama llama or something like that. And I'm like, I'm the drama llamas. Well, you know what? Go right ahead, dude. You're the one that's, making an ass out of yourself. You are known as the knucklehead, and you will continue to be the knucklehead. I don't know what to tell you. So anyway, so I looked at what was supposedly said, and I'm looking at that. I'm like, well, check that out. That is really weird. I don't do stats and stuff because it doesn't matter, but I could see where they're getting irritated with me. And it's not just because I'm the one fighting back, Like, Gabe and I were watching it, Jeremy, a little bit, and he's like, wow, you really pissed this guy off. I'm like, I guess so. He goes, man. I'm like, well, truth hurts. What do you want? Before he was not held accountable because nobody said anything to him. He just got away with everything, and then everybody's wondering why he's getting away with everything. You know what I mean? And it's like he's being called out. Ever since he did that to Guapo, if people were thinking it, they started to say it. You know what I mean? I like because that I will say something, but Robbie asked me not to, right? But I was like, that's it, man. I can't. I mean, he makes himself out to be a victim all the time. And meanwhile, he's the aggressor. He's the bully. I've got to say something. I can't just not, So I did. And I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that felt the same way, And so if you look at the stats, okay, he's trying to blame Michelle. He's trying to blame everything. His stats have gone down ever since he attacked Guapo. He lost a lot of views and a lot of, people in chat. He didn't lose subs, though, which is weird. I mean, people are saying he's losing subs, but...
some of us lost before that, so...
Yeah. I think what it is he's not gaining as many subs as he used to gain. But that's probably because he pays for them. And he's not paying for them anymore because he's being accused of paying for them. So,
I don't know. Have we checked lately to see if he's still paying?
I haven't. No, I don't really care. We can't, if he is, he is. There's nothing I can really. We can't stop him. I mean, that's his thing. Let him do it. He wants to be phony about his world, and let him be phony about his world. But when he's hurting people, that's when he's going to get called out, and that's basically what we're doing. We're speaking the truth, and that's it. But with the stats and everything, so people were saying, and here's the difference. He has 730 something thousand subscribers now, right? It's funny because before the Bad Neighbors thing, he had like 500 and something. I thought it was 6, but it was 5. So, if you look at those numbers, right, and then you look at how many people look at the views of his videos, that's a pretty big gap. Okay. One video the other day had like 40 something thousand views on it. And yet he's got 730,000 subs. What the hell's up with that? And then Travis is similar too. Travis has 13,000 on one channel. I don't know what the other one is. And he's got, anywhere between 2,000 to 5,000 views. So there's a gap there too. His is better than Jeremy's, right? And ours, we have 3,300 subs. We're almost gonna hit 3,400, I think. And we have anywhere between 3,000 and 5,000. Well, 4,000 really, not 5. Sorry, 3,000 to 4,000 views. So our subscribers are watching the channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have a bigger sub to view ratio than a
Yeah.
better sub to view ratio.
Yeah. And I think he's getting irritated by that because I guess, YouTube would think that that's great. You know what I mean? And like the people that, the people are involved. And, I think that's great. So I think that's pissing him off too. And somehow it might scare him, but I'm still, it's just 30. We're still a small channel and I'm not looking to get as big as him by any means. So, it's just crazy. But that was pointed out once before and was brought to my attention again. So when I looked at it that way, I'm like, well, with the views. Yeah. Wow. So
I finished with the 2 things I was working on.
So you were working on something else other than that?
I had my butler tray.
Oh, right on.
Which you can't see the stitching on it because of where the light is, but yeah. I put the red stitching around this piece
cool.
today. Has a matching keychain.
Georgia. Dirty deeds. Done dirt cheap. Dirty deeds. So what we're gonna do, so we talked about that's basically it for today's video. I am going to go over his filing of the protection order because it's hilarious. You guys already basically know the joke of it all, but we'll go over it. But I think Bruce is going to come on. Who wants to talk to Bruce? Whoop, whoop. Bruce.
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 Oh, I didn't realize you'd let me in.
He never pays attention to us. Never pays attention.
The feds aren't showing up in Otter Creek. No, they're not showing up in Otter Creek. Nope.
Yeah, I've been hiding in my basement all day, so thankfully it's
me too.
The feds are not showing up. The feds have not been involved in anything that had to do with the detectives or anything like that. And they did not do anything. Jeremy showed up there basically looking to talk to somebody. So everything he said, the exaggeration of all of it is not true. How do I know that?
So he went to the other day when he went to, like, said he has a big meeting with the detectives. He went, in other words, but he said that they contacted him.
Yeah, he was he was acting like, the cops are calling him back. I'm sorry, I used the word cops. Some of them are corporals or deputies and lieutenants, so I'm not sure who it was. So I always just generalize it as cops. So, but yeah, he in his video the other day, like he was getting phone calls and he's like, "Oh, that's them calling." Like, how do you know? Like, for instance, because you're hiding in your basement, avoiding what do they call it, a constable?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where you got that from.
So there's a constable outside your dump of a house, he's claiming. The constable says your house is that. And that you're avoiding being served. He's out there right now waiting. And he's calling Jeremy. And I'm saying to myself, why would they be calling Jeremy? Wouldn't they be calling his lawyer?
Yeah, I think I saw that part. But then he said he also went and met with the detectives about stuff.
Yeah. He went and met with the detective. And they discussed, whatever. Apparently didn't really have anything to do with, people. It was more like, I need help type thing, and no one's helping him. Yeah. It was like, so he dragged the whole thing out, and he needs evidence. Obviously, he walked in there with no evidence, right? I mean, he was saying that there was going to be, even tonight on his video, his thumbnail said something about trespassing. Well, how come the cops never showed up there? If it's trespassing, cops called on neighbors, trespassing, all kinds of shit. Like, then why are there no cops showing up? I thought they were going to be at people's doors the next day. You know what I mean? Like, where'd all that go? Jeremy, you're like psyching people out and clickbaiting them, and you're even like verbally clickbaiting them for the next video, and it's bullshit. You have like a piece of something that you're trying to create, actually. He's trying to create crimes that he can go after people for. Dude, why don't you just go build your freaking Cedar Key condo place? Restart. You know what I mean? Like, get away from it. Move on. you're what I'm trying to tell you is your shit is old. Your bad neighbor story is old, and it's you're boring people. The drama of it isn't getting you the money that you want it to, because you're
It's
not
repetitive.
getting. It's constant. He's going over old shit. Even today, he brought up they trespassed my property when this finger was made. Dude, finger you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Hey guys, Toma has to get ready and leave for her third shift job, so she won't be able to stick around.
Toma, I hope you do
Okay,
well.
witchy. Have fun, witchy woman. Well, the
They're
three of
calling
us
her
need to get
Russian.
together. We need
She's
to
not
get
Russian,
together.
guys. She's Armenian. Duh.
Yes, she's not Russian.
But they
She's
make
an
up so much
Armenian witch.
bullshit. I'd love to get Kendra on here. Kendra, if you should tell me if Kendra shows up in the chat, because I want to show you what this is saying about Kendra. It's kind of funny, and I hope she can get on here because I want to show her and I want to hear her reaction. But anyway, Bruce.
Yeah, it's up. Gas pumping is her new job.
What did I say? Tina's footage was given to you, Michelle, is breaking the PO. No, it's not. I am not a third party involved in a protection order.
Okay, wait. Look up third party contact.
Yeah. I do not contact Germ. Never.
First of all, there's no PO against Tina and Brian.
Nope.
So anything they provide is not third party contact in any way, shape, or form. However, for Michelle.
Oh, just real quick, can I stop you right there since you just said that? There is no protection order with Jeremy against Brian or Tina or any other neighbor, just John and Michelle. There is no protection order between Travis and anybody over there, like John. So John doesn't have to worry if Travis's truck is somewhere. Out of respect, he might. You know what I mean? But there's no protection order. The only protection order that exists is Jeremy and George. Well, it's really Jeremy, but I guess George too. And John and Michelle. That's it. And hopefully that will be gone real soon.
Well, they love this whole third party contact thing. It's like never, it never runs out of steam.
And the thing is that in order for it to be third party contact, it would be more of Lisa saying, "Hey, Jeremy, Michelle wants you to know you need to stop harassing her."
And that would only be if Michelle put Lisa up to that.
Yes.
Correct.
Michelle would.
If I said that right now on my own, that's not Michelle putting me up to it. And I have actually said you need to stop.
Michelle would have to contact Lisa and say, "Lisa, I need you to go tell Jeremy that this is getting out of hand and we need to stop." And
you know how many times he's threatened. How many times has he threatened to bring motions based, contempt motions in Ohio based on third party contact? I mean, dozens of times, and they've never done it because it's so ludicrous.
Speaking of that, you got a minute while I read that filing for that protection order, since we're on the topic?
Oh, there's a new filing?
No. This is the original filing.
Oh, right. Yeah, the original, sure.
That nobody really saw. Right? So this is, he filled out a form to get a protection order. And this is his, I guess they would call it affidavit, but this is his, statement. Okay? I am one of the fortunate people, this made me sick. I am one of the fortunate people who has been able to use the internet to craft a living for myself with my YouTube channel, What the Hells. My YouTube channel has afforded me the ability to split time between Otter Creek, Florida, and Ohio. On occasion, I use my platforms to benefit charities and to do various giveaways to help people, deserving people. One example is I will buy storage lockers in collection and return it to their previous owners. Part of my internet fame has also led to the negative attention from people who claim to be fans. John Cook and Lynette Preston are people who had started off as fans but have now begun stalking me and my partner, and I am now concerned for our safety. This is how he explains who he is and what he does. I was like, wow. First off, he's the nicest guy. He's the greatest guy. You couldn't possibly understand why. All right, so Mr. Cook and Miss Preston claim to run a sanctuary for tortoises. They do. Okay, he said claim. However, they moved and bought property in Otter Creek that is directly between my home and my place of business. Not really, but okay, whatever. Initially, I believed they were fans and they continued to ask for help with their nonprofit. Lie. Despite having moved it into a less habitable place for their animals. How is that? How is their place less habitable? Does Jeremy have chickens and peacocks and all that crap? I don't even know if he still has them at this property here, but he did. So, but what would be wrong about Michelle's being less? I don't understand that. Anyway, so not true. As I continued to say no to their requests, they never requested anything. Their behavior has been more and more unstable and dangerous. Has there been any proof that there's anything dangerous or unstable thus far? I mean, we've asked for it. There's nothing. He hasn't even proven it in court. Okay. Mr. Cook and Miss Preston began posting signs all over Otter Creek, calling me a rapist and asking for others to run me and my partner out of town. I've never heard run
all
me
over?
Yeah, that's what he said.
All over.
Yeah. Yep. Run me and my partner out. They were posting signs all over Otter Creek. Which, by the way, they did not post the signs. He says here Mr. Cook and Miss Preston began, and meanwhile in his videos he said John did not make those signs. Okay? So he exonerated John, but yet here he's saying he did it. They have also created multiple online groups. Isn't that him and his minions? Created multiple online groups dedicated to hating me. Wow. Okay. Some of the messages posted had titles like "In Memory of Jeremy Hale." Well, I hate to say this, but there is a Jeremy Hale that's not him, by the way. But anyway, that's not him. Did he really actually accuse them of doing that? There is a Jeremy Hale. The guy's like all over TikTok, and it's not him. So if that, I've never.
There's one with the S and without the S. There's another Jeremy Hales, and there's Jeremy Hale.
Right. And the one in the memory of Jeremy Hale, that's a totally different person. And I've never heard that Michelle did that or was accused of it. I've never heard that. But if that's the case, this is not even him. He says, I take this as a direct threat. Well, again, like I said, not him. And she wouldn't do that because she didn't even do half this other shit. Anyway, Mr. Cook has also made sexually explicit posts about my partner and I. He has posted photos in April of a large collection of sex toys. Hello, don't we have images of Jerem playing with sex toys?
Yeah.
Quite a few of them. Okay.
He sings into vibrators and licks drag titties.
Yeah. So photos of a large collection of sex toys and stated that I was selling my items. No, you're just playing with them. He also made threats about posting pictures of his, and my partner's, we already know about that. Okay. So in May, we had another argument as Mr. Cook, this is what I thought was funny, as Mr. Cook parked on the road outside of my property and continued to film me and hurl insults at me. Y'all know where I'm going with this one, right?
Where Jeremy was using derogatory slurs towards John?
Yes.
Homophobic slurs?
Bashing video. Yes. And then he says, I drove over towards his place. Oh, you did? Huh. And Mr. Cook took a gun out of his pocket. While he did not point the gun directly at me, I did take this as a threat to my life. Really? But you drove to his house.
So afraid of him, you went to his house.
So afraid of him, he drove to his house. In May, my attorneys in Florida sent them cease and desist letters, but it did nothing to curb their behavior. What are they've done nothing to you. What are they supposed to curb? You're the one that came to their house yelling and screaming. Same thing you did in the video you showed today with your other neighbors. Started arguing with them, and then all of a sudden, George turns the camera on, and Jeremy stopped yelling. calms down. Why? Because he's on camera. Okay. Since May, Mr. Cook and Miss Preston have made multiple other online posts to incite the LGBTQ community to harm us. Actually, I don't believe that. I've never seen the accusation that she did do that. But I'm pretty sure anybody seeing that video of you gay bashing John Cook would be a little upset and may forward it to some people. Okay, you can't blame Michelle or John for any of that. In August, Miss Preston went so far as to email the mayor of Peninsula, Ohio, to complain specifically about me and my partner and threaten us. Really? At least here he admits it was an email and not a phone call. Okay, how was it a threat to them?
See, it's all again. Nothing in here is actually factual. It's all characterizations. Right. So the actual facts, for example, it says made multiple online posts to incite the LGBT community to harm us. No, what he's referring to is that video and the comments that they made about that video that says Jeremy hates the LGBTQ based on that video. And that's not inciting anyone to harm him. It's just simply an observation of what he did on the video. So they calculatingly write it in this statement as a way to make it sound much more, much bigger than it is. And that's calculated. Right. There's no facts in here. I don't know exactly what he said in the testimony, but I don't know if it's more detailed than this. But this is why that Ohio order was never proper and should have been challenged.
Oh, definitely. It says, the mayor was so confused and disturbed by this that the email was forwarded to me. In most recent, you're going to love this. This is great. In most recent weeks, Mr. Cook and Miss Preston have posted our Peninsula address online along with a price evaluation for our property. First off, guys, does anybody remember Jeremy showing his house, bragging when he bought that property? How many people actually ended up finding out about his property and where it was?
I knew where his property was because of him.
Right. It's public record. So when they wanted to find out where it was, they went and they looked for it. Anybody can find it. Jeremy is not private when it comes to his address or anything like that.
No.
He never has been. Okay? Never has been. Okay, so to try and blame Michelle for getting that out, wrong. Can't do that.
I had that information before as soon as he bought that house.
Right.
And he posted
Everybody
about
looks it up, it pops up. You can't blame Michelle and John for all your fans and what they do, or maybe your non-fans and what they do. And he's had, people that didn't like him for quite a few years.
Look what he writes in the second sentence. This seems to be in an effort to incite others to harm us or rob us. So they posted a public property off of what's that website? Tellus or something? Not Tellus. Where you could punch in any address and see how many it's on the market, how long it was bought. You can go
to the county clerk,
exactly,
and you can look up the properties. That's what I keep doing when I keep trying to look at their map.
There's your kernel of truth. They may have posted something about their Peninsula address, and then there's the
he does her address left and right.
And then there's the hyperbole.
He said she was a public figure and she had a turtle rescue.
But that's not my point. The point is, and then there's the hyperbole. There's the kernel of truth, and then there's the hyperbole to incite others to harm us and rob us.
Right. And
that's nothing. That's a meaningless, baseless thing, and yet that is what influenced this Ohio order.
Yeah, and then so it ends basically with
Also, and it wasn't them who posted it anyway. It was other people
Well, I knew where his Ohio, his $1 million house in Ohio. I knew exactly where that was, and I knew exactly where his 70 acres in Otter Creek was before I ever heard the name Michelle Preston or Lynette, as he liked to call her. Or bad neighbor.
Now read the next line. Now read the next famous thing.
This is where I said Bruce was going to love this, okay? I was laughing when I saw this. Okay, so... Also, even more recently, they posted my private phone number online in an effort to encourage even more people to harass me. Wow. Wow.
Anyone that pays $29.99 can go to Ben Verified, look you up, and get every one of your damn phone numbers.
Right. Several of them, actually.
Well, is he referring to something here? I don't remember ever seeing it. All the exhibits they provided, for discovery. I don't remember seeing anything posting their phone number.
But like seriously, like incite people to harass them and stuff. Okay, so what about the CPS calls?
Hold on a minute. Michelle, she's reading the document that Jeremy put out there. This is what he said, not us.
Yes, this is what Jeremy said to get a protection order against you.
Yeah, this is what Jeremy said to get the protection order.
All lies, all of it. I have this whole page is freaking highlighted with notes all around it. I just screenshot it.
And that's why I'm saying, I knew exactly where his $1 million house was and his 70 acres before I ever heard the bad
You're right, Christine.
or anything.
Christine said Jeremy doxed himself by showing his water bill with his visible Ohio address being shown. Thank you, Christine. He does that stuff himself. And almost on purpose because he's so freaking retarded. He's stupid. Anyway, I just find it funny him saying that people are encouraged to harass him and stuff, and she did it. Does he? Hello, the CPS calls. Call the governor. What? I mean, how many times did he say call the governor in one of his videos? This needs to be stopped. If you care, oh my God, I can't even believe it. The other day. Timestamps.
Let me say something because I see Michelle, everybody in this community knows that he's a liar.
Yes.
Okay, so and people can encourage her here that she does not need to defend herself. We're reading this not because we want anybody to believe it, but so we can point out that it's a bunch of made up lies. So right. I don't want her to be concerned that anybody in this chat, I'm sure there's a couple of, trolls, but nobody here feels that she needs to defend herself about any of the things that he's accusing her of because we know it's lies.
Lies. That's like when like the comment of they posted signs all over Otter Creek, and that's what I was like, all over?
All over, yeah. Those are so questionable.
They weren't all, those signs were not all over Otter Creek to begin with, first of all. Yeah. And second of all, where's the proof that they did it? There isn't any.
Correct. There's none.
And with all the video
affidavits of the people who were involved in it are all questionable. Because they've done videos since that. Well, what do you mean you don't know? Because you put it down in your paper. You said something totally different than that.
And the thing is that
there's one thing and you're talking about something else.
He has those cameras and knows every time Michelle leaves her property, but he doesn't have video evidence or anything of them
harassing him.
No, leaving to go put out those signs.
No, that's really strange too.
But again, I hate going down this rabbit hole of who did the signs and who done it. Right. It is that is the rabbit hole that this whole thing. But that's not the issue. They're trying to make a big show trial. If they get to a trial in August over who did the signs, they have won everything they can hope to win out of this scheme, which is to polymop it all the way until you can't polymop it anymore. They don't expect to win a trial. They know they can't win a trial based on made-up claim that they have no evidence. So this thing about everybody, the suspense and the MacGuffin of the signs and who done it, that is the last thing that I ever want to have to litigate because it is simply a farce and a circus. If there's a trial, we'll have two junk science experts fighting out over who's better at identifying, forged signs. It's junk science. It would be a circus and a farce.
Michelle, it's like even if she did this, it's not. No, I'm reading it and also giving my opinion at the same time about each sentence.
I have a question, Bruce.
Yeah.
Because one of the things he said is that Michelle is stalking him by her going to Otter Creek. She stalked him, right?
Right.
Yes.
There's people that were watching the video when he invited her to come to Otter Creek.
Yep.
If you invite someone to move into next door to you, that's not stalking you.
It's not stalking anyway. It's an absurd accusation. It's contrived. everything. He has to contrive the foundational, like, the basis for everything. And that was it. Stalked me to Otter Creek. That was the foundation for everything. That's what started. They stalked me to Otter Creek. So everything jumps off from there.
Bud Light, I worked on that today.
There's a lot of them that were in the live when he invited Michelle to come to Otter Creek because he loves
turtles.
Right.
Turtle.
That stalk to Otter Creek is not
they
gonna.
were talking, and he invited her.
Yeah, that's not that stalk to Otter Creek line isn't going anywhere.
She had already looked at the property prior to him going there, and then evidently there was conversation somewhere, and he's like invited her. Oh yeah, please move.
But that contrivance was for the PR. There's nothing in the court case about there's no allegation that's relevant or even being pressed in the federal case about they stalked me to Otter Creek. They don't have to, Jeremy doesn't have to prove for any one of his claims that they stalked me to Otter Creek, that they moved to Otter Creek to stalk me. It's irrelevant. It's nonsense. It's simply a guess. It's a made up, contrived premise for everything else that came after.
Michelle, when people are so loaded with alcohol themselves, it's on their clothing and that's all they smell. And so they claim everybody else around them smells of alcohol. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
So now the next line is where, we go ahead.
This is funny. Okay. The next line is their online posts calling me a child predator. Get this, guys, are constant and ongoing to this day.
And the next
sentence. Where we are not before.
Lies.
Anybody want to in the chat? Anybody want to in the chat? Bruce? Anybody want in the chat? Guess where we've read this before? And the second sentence too.
I kind of just spilled it. Oh, I got it. But I'll let somebody in the chat. Good. Anybody know where he said that line? I'll say it again. Their online posts calling me a child predator are constant and ongoing to this day. Anybody know where that came from? Oh, I'm sorry, where that was repeated, I guess.
Oh, that was in his depot, wasn't it?
Yeah. Thanks, Tori.
Oh, sorry.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, he did say that. It was in his court documents for the suit or something. It's in the court stuff.
No, it was in the depot.
No, it wasn't.
You brought it up at the depot.
It's paragraph 19 of 8-1, his affidavit.
Okay.
Way back.
New court stuff.
Right.
Remember when
it was brought up in the depot.
The federal case hasn't been dismissed.
It was brought up in the depot because it was in his affidavit. Guys,
but do you remember when he said, Eric, that it was ongoing till today? Because last night they were live past midnight, so to this day.
Correct.
He was talking about us being live. Remember?
This was
also in the depot.
There has been one person that I have seen post in a public forum that they thought he was a predator and a PDF file. I'll say it that way because YouTube hates that word. And that had to be the Slug said it.
The Slug is the one who said it.
And we told the Slug that you cannot say that because we have searched and cannot find it in any documents or on any lists.
Yep.
So that was his buddy Slug that said that. The little slime ball Slug said
it. But this sentence comes from
the only person I know in this entire saga who has ever said that.
Yep.
So this sentence was cut and paste into his affidavit when we filed the 12B6 motion, so that they can. No, I'm sorry, not the 12B6, the 12B1 motion back in last year when that first motion to dismiss was filed challenging jurisdiction, minimum amount, and controversy. And this wasn't in the complaint. It was then it was put into an affidavit to oppose that motion. And if you recall, the denial of that motion explicitly relied on mainly two things: the extortion claims, triple damages, and attorney fees. Those were thrown out. And the online posts calling me a child predator are constant and ongoing to this day because they're online. that's potentially big damages because they're online. So that was a lie. And then we see here that it was, hey, well, it worked in Ohio. Let's include it in this case too. The same lie. Now, if there had been some coordination between lawyers representing their common clients in the intertwining cases, we would have noticed this, and there would have been, there could have been something to show that this was used. The same fabrication was used again in another court, but there was no such coordination, unfortunately.
I don't understand why the Ohio courts gave him a PO with no evidence.
He literally walked in there with, they just handed it to him.
Yeah, where's the evidence that they posted anything about him? Where is it?
Well, remember they took advantage of they took advantage of them being unrepresented, and they got in front of the judge with them pro se remotely. I mean, there's all kinds of prejudice in legal terms, prejudice to Michelle and John in this proceeding because they weren't there in person. They had to log in remotely. They didn't have lawyers. They weren't even allowed. This magistrate was holding them to like the same standards as lawyers trying to present evidence. There was no leeway whatsoever, and this is what the result is.
I do know that in some states, when someone files for a protection order, they do get a temporary one until like a hearing sometimes. I don't know if that was the case here.
Yeah,
but some places they do get that.
I think we can move on from this in a minute, but I want to point out, the news last week came out that attorney in Ohio is dropping out of the case, and that's true,
right?
Unfortunately, and the problem is that there needs to be time given to people when they're being, when a lawyer's withdrawing from a case in court, there needs to be time given to their clients to locate and hire new counsel. That's right in the rules, Rule 1.16D of the Rules of Professional Conduct. And I don't see that that's happening here. I also believe
I don't think you did much for them, but that's just my opinion.
And also, people should have the chance to address the judge in response to their own lawyer's motion to drop out of a case. And I don't know what's being arranged to ensure that, John and or Michelle have that opportunity. But in any event, the risk is that if they're, if he drops out, they're not represented, and all this time there hasn't been all these threatened contempts that we hear about over and over and over every week. It's another threatened contempt because somebody so someone was where he was when they shouldn't have been. Who knows? I mean, it's all contrived, but they haven't been filed because they wouldn't have succeeded because it only takes a lawyer to shoot it down and know how to do it with rules of evidence and stuff. And that's now unfortunately the situation where if he drops out, it sort of like leaves them vulnerable, and you can imagine that they'll take advantage of that. But we'll see.
Well, I think that they should just. I mean, it's ridiculous that he got this in the first place. The last sentence in this says their behavior is escalating. They're harassing me here in Ohio and in Florida.
That's also from paragraph 19. That sentence was also in paragraph 19.
Yeah. I need this order to stop them from continuing to stalk me, and I'm scared that if they fail to incite others to violence, they will escalate further. And he signed his name to it.
This is the guy that gives people guns and tells them don't be afraid to use them.
Right. And drives up to their property and harasses them and slows down when they go by every day with a camera filming them. He's scared.
Who follows them everywhere they go.
Yep. Even charges them at the store.
I wouldn't be able, I don't think, to appear in Ohio State Court. So, if necessary, we'll hopefully find a lawyer there if necessary. But I know people, whether they've asked or not, they're wondering, why hasn't there been some action up there to challenge this? And the answer is, I don't know.
Yeah. we've been wondering what's going on for a long time.
Because that's what I expected when this lawyer got involved last around June. That was the plan. I mean, that was really supposed to be the plan. But anyway, then maybe there was some grand strategy, some brilliant genius legal strategy that I'm unaware of and not qualified to grasp my, get my meager brain around.
Right, Georgia? Oh my God. So yeah, I don't know.
So today Ray was talking about my disciplinary thing.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, he was.
Is this?
He requested you to come on tonight. I said
to talk about that.
Sure, if you want. Let's talk about it. What's going on with your disciplinary hearing and stuff?
It's kind of timely because I've been given a final hearing date of May 1st. So after many, several postponements for various reasons, now they've said this is it, May 1st. So that's why I got to ramp up, my whatever I'm going to do, which may be, well, that remains to be seen. But I do want to.
But explain what
bring
this
it out.
all
Yeah, I do
means.
want to explain it again. I think I don't remember how much detail we've gone into it in the past, but now is a good time that Ray had brought it up today to really explain it. And it's not that difficult. It's not that convoluted when it's boiled down. But you have the link?
I have everything you want me to, that I could possibly show.
All right, so start out with they're in chronological order. So start out with the don't do the probable cause. Just start with the 1219 letter, 2022 1219.
Okay, let's see. Oh, wait, I'm losing screens. Hold on. Okay, 1219.
And while you're getting that up, I'll give the sort of the background to that. So there was a grievance filed by a former client who claimed that I was trying to, quote, shake her down for a $500 fee. The fact was that I wouldn't forgive the $500 fee that she owed me, and her way of trying to get out of it was to file a grievance. So fair enough. That's what lawyers have to deal with sometimes. And so a minor fee, a fee dispute itself, can you imagine there's tons and tons of grievances just about fees, clients trying to get out of fees. And so the rules of practice say that those are summarily dismissed as grievances because there's other avenues to pursue. There's fee arbitration, there's regular civil claims, to pursue. But the point is, it was nothing more than that, and it should have been dismissed. Instead, it was railroaded into a probable cause investigation, which led to a finding of probable cause that my, quote, my fee agreement may be too vague, unquote. That was it. So they don't say, and here's why, just the fee agreement may be too vague. So I'm trying to understand so it gets assigned to this butler, and his name is Doug Butler, and he's a first year, his first month really of his new job as the assistant chief disciplinary counsel, one of 4 or 5 full-time lawyers in the office of chief disciplinary counsel who prosecute lawyers for misconduct. And so part of the process is talking on the phone and understanding what the misconduct is that they're accusing you of and working out potentially a disposition. And so in the course of my phone calls with him on the 19th of December, and maybe the day or two before that, I'm trying to get him to tell me what the problem, and he's giving me all this runaround and telling me the process and how the procedure for the whole disciplinary process. And then I get this letter on the 19th, and that's the one you're showing on the air now. And this is where he endeavors to explain to me what it is that I'm being accused of.
Okay, you want me to read it?
Well, just skip down to the. Hang on, let me open it up. Just skip down to the bottom of the first page there, where he quotes Rule 1.5C. Okay, so I could read it. So he quotes, and this is an accurate quote of the rule. A contingent fee agreement shall be in a writing signed by the client and shall state whether and to what extent the client will be responsible for any court costs and expenses of litigation. And you'll notice that he italicizes, and I put the yellow part just on the whether and to what extent. Now, then he paraphrases, so you continue reading below that. Your purported contingency fee agreement included in the record lacks any information regarding this issue. Your purported agreement is completely bereft, I love the words he uses, of any indication as to, and here's the key, whether or not the complainant would be responsible for any court costs and expenses of litigation. So do you notice a little difference between the actual language and the paraphrasing?
Yeah.
And what would that be?
What do you mean, the whether or not part?
Yeah. The difference between the language of the actual rule quoted above in the first page and the language he paraphrases. Just the yellow parts.
Yeah.
Whether and to what extent, and he paraphrases that as whether or not.
Right.
Okay. That's different grammatical meanings.
But you know what? It falls into, it looks the same. But go ahead.
One of them says whether and to what extent. Whether is if. If there's going to be litigation costs, you must say so and to what extent the client will be responsible. If there's none, then what's the point? It's like I could say a million things that there won't be, right?
Right.
So the rule doesn't require, the rule is intended for this. The rule is intended so that lawyers don't surprise their clients later on when, for example, they settle a case and they get their 1/3 of, $100,000 settlement, and the lawyer takes their 1/3, and then, oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, you're responsible for all these depositions and the expert witness and and all that adds up to $37,000. So to get together with our fee, that's $70,000 that you only get $30,000, even though you settled expecting to get $67,000. That's what the rule is designed to prevent.
Right.
Now, but even if a lawyer did that, even if a lawyer forgot to put or purposely didn't put about expenses, and there were expenses, if they don't try to collect those out of the client's funds, then it's never an issue. It's not a violation at all, because you haven't, maybe you made a mistake or you forgot to do it, but you're eating the mistake. You're not trying to visit your mistake on the client and make them pay expenses that they never knew about or weren't expecting. That This isn't anything remotely what occurred here or could have occurred. Why? Because this wasn't even a court case. This was the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, which is the discrimination agency in the state of Connecticut. And unlike court, there are no costs or litigation expenses whatsoever. It's free. Okay. So
why was she upset with you in the first place? Because she's asking.
Because okay, you can read I didn't attach the grievance itself. This was a person who had actually had a law firm representing her in the CHRO, which is referenced in the first paragraph, Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities. That's like the EEOC. Most people have heard of the Federal Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and some states have their own state version. So that's what this is. So this person, and this is what I do. I represent employment cases. So this person called me and had already had a firm and fired them. She had an existing CHRO case. And so when I was hired, though, I initially always try to resolve it through discussions, if it can be resolved through a settlement. And if not, then, I'll maybe appear as their counsel. And in this case, that would have been the case. But what happens is, when she retained me, there was nothing happening in the case, and these cases stagnate for months at a time. They sit and they wait for their turn to come up. And so 6 weeks go by, and she calls me and she goes, "Why haven't you called me, to update me?" And I go, "Excuse me," and I didn't even know, like what was going on with the case, because when I get a cold call out of the blue and I have 100 different clients, I don't, I'm not in a position to even understand what to tell them is going on. So I explained that, and I say, please email me ahead of time so I can at least have some information ready. and I'll get back to you. And this was, offensive to her. So, she was very angry that I, made the point that, how could you expect me to just answer your question when you just call me out of the blue? All right. So anyway,
right.
So I look it up and I realize, well, here's this person. She retained me. Had already, back then taken a lot of time between me and a paralegal that I worked with at the time. And guess what? She had never paid her retainer fee. So she's calling me, demanding information and giving me a hard time because I haven't spontaneously made a weekly update schedule to her or something like that. I don't know. And so I decide that I'm going to require her to pay the $500, which she had owed for 6 or more weeks. And well, that was it. So when I emailed about that, that was it. I'm threatened with grievance and and here you go. And so, and it should have been dismissed. And the first I hear about it is when I get a notice from the statewide bar council that they have submitted the grievance to a probable cause investigation. That's when I find out about it, and that's when I get to talk to the probable cause lawyer. And that's a sort of another story because he wouldn't get back to me, ignored me, and then finally asked me a couple of questions by email, like, can your fee agreement be an email? And I said, of course it can. And he agreed with that. And then he asked me about, something else and whatever. He said, thank you. He was satisfied. I had no expectation that this was going to proceed. And then all of a sudden, I get the decision that it was a probable cause was found. Quote, my fee agreement may be too vague. Then I try to learn from this butler, what is it specifically that is wrong with my fee agreement that makes it maybe too vague such that it violates this rule? And this was his response: to fake words in the rule to square peg into a round hole a charge of misconduct into a rule that doesn't prohibit, that doesn't say what he says it says. and this was, I mean, again, 26 years I've been practicing law. I'm very proud of my record. I'm very proud to be a lawyer that is cognizant of the rules of conduct and doesn't do things that violates them. And yet this first year making his bones, meaning, a rookie trying to get a notch in his belt, and he decides that, well, instead of just dismissing this, which he has the power to do, I didn't copy it, but there's a rule. You could probably look it up while we're talking. Statewide Grievance Committee 11A, big A, parentheses, big A again, parentheses 1, 11A, A1. So that's a rule that says the Office of Chief Disciplinary Counsel, meaning Butler, this Assistant Disciplinary Counsel, can move to dismiss if they believe there is no clear and convincing evidence of misconduct. So they can investigate and they can determine, well, they found probable cause, but as it turns out, there's really nothing here. So I'm going to invoke this rule 11AA1 and ask the panel, the statewide grievance committee, to dismiss this. Only they can do that. I can't, as the respondent, as the defendant. Only the Office of Chief Disciplinary, because basically they're saying we're not going to waste our time on this, so dismiss it. Guess what? They never use that rule ever. It's for show. When there's no misconduct and the disciplinary office knows there's no misconduct, instead they extort you for a plea deal. And we're going to get to that next.
Okay.
All right. So
I was just looking at the 11. It's popping up like Rule 11.
No. Go statewide grievance committee rules of procedure, and then you'll get the list. Go Connecticut statewide grievance committee rules of procedure. You'll get a list, and then you can go down and click on it. So all that's to lead up to this letter, and finally, he tells me by letter, because he couldn't do it over the phone. He couldn't think of anything over the phone, so he takes the weekend, and this is a Monday, and I get this email with this letter attached, official letter, whether or not. Now, here's another thing: the CHRO isn't court. The rule itself references any court costs and expenses of litigation. The CHRO is not court. And arguably, it's not even litigation. there's very little about it that even resembles litigation, in especially the fact that it's free. So it's just an inapplicable rule altogether. And yet since December of 2022, that is what the impetus has been to continue to take my time and my energy from my clients and my practice and my family because of this nonsense. And I could have just rolled over. Now we're going to get to my Facebook post. So the next, you found the rule?
Yeah, I was kind of scrolling. Pop, there it is.
Yeah. So just look at A1, the very beginning.
Disciplinary counsel believes that he or she does not have evidence to meet the clear and convincing standard of proof required to prove the alleged rule violation.
Right. Well, before that, it says may file a motion to dismiss after finding a probable cause if they believe, and just what you read. And so, basically, all along, I've been saying this rule applies, and you should use it and file this, and they won't, and I could never understand why. Well, so I end up hiring a counsel, and we're gonna get to what happened there. But I'm gonna just fast forward to one point where my counsel was on the phone with Butler's successor. I drove him out of the job. We'll get to that. That's one gratification I can get out of all this. But his successor on my case, who was a veteran, not a successor in his job, but they took my case after he left and gave it to this other disciplinary counsel, Marie-Louise Villar, who's basically, that's her career. And on the phone with my lawyer, she admitted, and I have an affidavit from my lawyer, the guy in Jacksonville, Florida, affidavit from him under oath that she told him on the phone, we just simply don't use that rule.
You simply don't use the rule?
They don't use that rule. They can't even produce a case. Imagine in all the years, in 20, I don't know how many years it's been since they started this process in Connecticut, and they can't produce a single time when they have basically admitted that there's no evidence of misconduct, even though there was probable cause found, like as if that's never happened. No, because what they do is what they did in my case. They try to then extort me into giving them a minor, a minor victory, let's say. So go to the next document in the Google Drive, and this is very important because this is where this is where I began to try to get publicize what was going on. What I realized was they were abusively prosecuting me, and I have my theories for why. It could have just been as simple as this Doug Butler wanted to make his bones, and he got this case. But I have other ideas, and I believe they were specifically targeting me, and they were retaliating against me for things, for stuff that people have heard about by now from years before, like the macaroni and cheese thing, and also another case called the Bristol Heights title insurance case, which I'm going to talk about another time. And this was an opportunity for them to rake me over the coals, as they say, or railroad me and show me that they have the power to screw with my, livelihood. And they did. So I started to write about it on Facebook. And that's what this, this first post is. It's kind of long and we don't have to read it, but it really describes in good detail. The first part of this post describes the process of the disciplinary procedures. So it talks about, the prosecutor, blah, 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 there are 5 full-time, da, da, da. And then I talk about my prosecutor is this Butler, and I explain the whole thing about or not, and so at the end, you could see I even sent them a couple of grammar articles by email that I found that explain what the word whether means versus whether or not. Okay. And so he objected, right? And I even put he objected to that. He goes, "We object to these as exhibits." So professional grammar articles explaining the meaning of the language in the rule that he's claiming I violated, and the meaning of the words he used to paraphrase that rule. He objects to that as evidence.
ACDC Butler, I like that.
Yeah. So this is important. I start to write about it on Facebook now. If you go to the next document, this is what it's important because Ray showed an article today. He was holding up the paper copy of it, and that was the article that they wrote in the Connecticut Law Tribune about my case initially. But the reporter screwed it up. And this is why I wrote this letter called Clarifying the Issues in a Disciplinary Matter. If you can go to the next, in the Google Drive.
The next, I'm already there.
Is that live?
Clarifying the issues in a disciplinary matter. I'm already there.
No, I was looking at Toma's screen and she was a couple seconds behind. So so what happened was, I contacted the Connecticut Law Tribune, and this young reporter, Emily Cousins was her name, and I say, listen, this is an interesting story because what they're doing is making up language to change the meaning of the rule so that they don't have to dismiss a charge against me. And she emails me, oh, my interest is piqued, in this. And I remember I had a 45-minute phone call with this reporter for the Connecticut Law Tribune. And then her article comes out and it's completely screws it up. And because what she does is she contacts this guy named Mark Dubois, who was the one who started the Office of Chief Disciplinary Counsel in Connecticut like 20 something years ago. And he served in the role, for like 10 or 12 years. And then he retired, and now he's, in private practice, but he also is the go-to person when they have articles about ethical issues and disciplinary proceedings. They contact Mark Dubois, and he gives he gives his expert, comment about it. Right. Yeah. And so what happened was somehow, some way, he misunderstands that the issue is that I didn't provide any fee agreement at all, that I was a pro bono attorney who didn't provide a, quote, no fee agreement, meaning, hey, here's our fee agreement, I'm not charging you anything, and that's our fee agreement. He's saying, well, you got to do that, and it's it's black and white, and and apparently he didn't do that, and he thinks he should be given a special pass. And it was so completely wrong. And so I wrote this article to clarify it. No, what that article says is the issue is not the issue. This is not an issue of me not providing a fee agreement. There's never been an accusation of that. I did. The issue here is whether or not it was supposed to say, hey, there are no expenses that you'll have to be responsible for, versus not mentioning it one way or the other. So I write this whole article, and it was a big problem actually getting this written. They were resisting because they realized at this point what was going on, and the Connecticut Law Tribune is basically they protect the judiciary in Connecticut. They protect the judiciary, and they're not going to write articles, for example, about the macaroni and cheese cover-up. Why? Because that's about judicial corruption, and that's not, I don't have the clout. I don't have the clout for that. So, so I write that letter to clarify that, and then I do a second Facebook post to update the case, and it's about that article, and just updating it. You can show that now. Is that one update? Yeah, prosecuted. And I explain, let's see, I go, Butler is abusing his authority by refusing to specify the factual basis of any charge against me because there's no procedure to stop him from employing such tactics. And they're operating in darkness. See, these disciplinary lawyers are completely in obscurity. Nothing they do ever gets covered in the media, or, like cases filed in court, and yet they have complete judicial immunity as if they're judges. They have the same level of judicial immunity called quasi-judicial. They're seen as like performing judicial functions, and therefore they could do anything and not get sued for it. When you say immunity, it means they can't be sued for anything they do. So they can literally, Butler could have been even more obvious. He could have said, hey, I'm going to make up words in the rule because I don't want to dismiss this against you. This is my first year, and everybody knows that they want to get Matskin, and they gave me the case. And so, here I am telling you in an official letter, I have immunity, and so I'm coming after you, even though I know you did nothing wrong. Ha, 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 ha.
Right.
And I wouldn't be able to sue him for that. And that's ludicrous, because essentially that's what they're doing here. And immunity becomes impunity. You know the difference? Impunity, you know in advance that you could do whatever you want and ain't nothing nobody could do to you about it. Immunity is like, maybe I screwed up. Let me see if I can get out of it.
Right.
They know in advance that nothing they do can result in legal liability to the person that they're targeting or that they're harming.
Right.
All right. So I write that to update the case. Now, this is a big part of this. I have my lawyer contact Butler and say, hey, we had enough. Matskin's had enough. Give us a plea deal. And that's what the next document is. It's called a 282 agreement. And that just refers to, in the Connecticut practice book, section
Where'd it go?
282.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I opened it, but oh, sorry. It popped into a different screen. Okay.
And if anybody has any questions along the way, just stop me because I'm not reading the chats. So this is a.
I'm not either, guys. Just so you know.
Oh, you know what though? I added that, Lisa. Can you open the drive again? There's another document I added to it. It's called proposed disposition that comes before this one.
All right, hold on. I downloaded it, so that's how I got it.
Okay. I can download it and send it to you. You want me to do that?
Wait, I got it. Propose okay. One sec.
You got it in the drive?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. Open that, and I'll explain. So what happens is I have my lawyer contact the Butler and say, hey, send us an agreement, to sign and like a plea deal. And what it is like a plea deal, analogous. And the whole procedure is like analogous to a criminal prosecution with the, So
Right.
He sends us this proposed disposition pursuant to practice book 282B. And basically it's saying that if you go down, let's see, paragraph 5, the respondent has tendered an affidavit. I haven't tendered it yet. The affidavit goes along with this. So the has tendered an affidavit, and although respondent denies some or all of the material facts in the complaint, he acknowledges that there is sufficient evidence to prove by clear and convincing evidence the material facts constituting a violation of Rule 1.5C. That's the same rule he quoted in that letter. All right.
Okay.
And then paragraph 6 is the penalty. A CLE course, 3 credit hours. So by agreeing to this plea deal, I'm getting a nice sentence of a 3-hour continuing legal education course. But I have to travel in person for it. I have to risk my life. I got to get in the car and drive to Connecticut and take a 3-hour CLE course with some hack lawyer like telling me, how I'm supposed to, do something differently. And I then go down to the next page is the affidavit I'm supposed to sign under oath. So scroll down. Next page. Yeah. And there's the affidavit that that he would require me to sign. And it says, number 6, although I deny some or all of the material facts, I acknowledge there is sufficient evidence to prove by clear and convincing evidence that I violated Rule 1.5C. All right. So.
And you're not willing to do that? I wouldn't be.
No, absolutely not. I will. I mean, that I don't even know if I could still do that. Like if I show up at my hearing or contact the prosecuting counsel now and say, let's do the 282. I don't know. I don't know what they'd say. But anyway, so he sends that along and then go to the next document now. And now is the emails that pertain to it that you had up earlier.
This one?
What? Yeah.
That one?
No, the one that I.
Wait. Where'd it go? Hold on. What's the title of it? The offer rescinds? That one?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. All right. All right, so my lawyer calls him and says send that. He sends it, and along with what we just looked at, he had those were attached to an email. And here's his email, and he says, "Please have Attorney Maskin sign it, the agreement, and execute and have notarized the affidavit. It's a sworn affidavit." And so, and then he says, upon receipt, I will execute my portion. Da, 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 and then at the bottom, I put it in green highlight. Let me know if you have any questions or concerns. Right? All right. Now, my lawyer Donato Rinaldi and I, we're talking, and over the course of a week, I don't know why it was a week or so before we got back to him, but we did. And as he writes, he goes, over the phone, you told me the violation was he really doesn't have an agreement at all. If you cobbled together the emails, there is no agreement. In response to my email asking for your confirmation that you're prosecuting Mr. Matskin for not having a written fee agreement, you wrote, the short answer is yes, but I do not use the term prosecuting. OC's position is the purported fee agreement provided by your client, blah, 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 was not compliant with our rules. And so my lawyer notes the difference. He goes, although you say yes about prosecuting for not having a fee agreement, but then clarifying you don't use the term prosecuting, you say something less clear, that the purported fee agreement was not compliant with the rules. So is the violation that there was no fee agreement at all, as you told me on the phone, or is the violation that the purported fee agreement was not compliant? Without this clarification, Mr. Matskin cannot make an informed decision and does not feel he can truthfully state paragraph 6 of the affidavit under oath. He is not asking for anything. He's not asking you to change anything. He's not asking you to, in the draft, be revised, only for your written clarification in a separate email, in an email to me. What is the specific thing that you're saying he's admitting there's evidence of a violation? Now, notice the time. Danny Donato wrote this email at 1:42 p.m. And then 18 minutes later, 2 p.m., Attorney Ronaldo, OCDC is withdrawing the offer of a 282 agreement to your client. So all we do is ask him. He says, let me know if you have any questions or concerns. We say, we have a question. What's the specific violation? That's the concern. You're signing an affidavit under oath without knowing what he's admitting to. And instead of telling us, oh, here's what he wouldn't even say, oh, it's that or not thing. He wouldn't even go back to that. He wouldn't even say, well, as with my December 19th, 2022 letter, the violation is not putting that there's no costs. So he abandoned that ludicrous claim, and now he wouldn't even tell us what. And when we asked, he withdrew it. No, that's not. It's not a current. It's not a current email address.
Oh, okay.
Because he left that job. I left him. I drove him out of the job. So we find out later on in 2023. Suddenly in December of 2023, we find out that he's no longer with the Office of Chief Disciplinary Counsel, and my case has been reassigned to this veteran. And he went back to his job that he had before as the Family Law Unit staff attorney at Hartford Legal Aid.
Right, Lori? Lori says, Bruce, what kind? Whoops, I lost it. Dang it. Hold on.
So he lasted a year in the job.
What kind of
he lasted a year in the job. He got Matskin as a case, and he lasted a year in the job.
Lori wants to know, how do you stay sane? We're dealing with so many morons in the legal system.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. Now, thank God for Toma. That's who keeps me sane.
You know what? To me, it's like you have lawyers who give a shit, and you have lawyers who just care about money.
Well, yeah, that in some contexts, but here what we have is lawyers who just have a cushy job with a lot of power that they like to abuse, and they think that every lawyer plays their game, that every lawyer is going to play this stupid game of, we got to fill our budget, we got to make our numbers, and hey, that's your role is to let us. No, you're a hack. Nobody's going to tell me that you're adding words to a rule, so you don't drop a bullshit case against me and then pursue it for 2 years. I mean, it's ridiculous. So go to the next document, which is the
charges.
Additional allegations of misconduct.
It's 8/2023, 8/3.
I guess it's the next
It
one.
looks like it. Edition. Okay, you're looking at the title. Go ahead. I'm looking at the number. All right, go ahead.
So after Butler sends that, rescinding this offer, he decides to add new and basically having nothing to go on. I mean, because remember, he added or not to the rule, and then he didn't even stick with that in the 282 thing. He could have just said, well, that's what it is. You're asking us to you're asking me to specify what you're admitting to. I'm telling you it's the same thing what I wrote. No, he abandoned that. Now he decides to add new charges to based on my Facebook posts.
Oh my gosh.
So he cites rule 4.4a. In representing a client, a lawyer shall not. Huh?
Go ahead, keep talking. Keep talking. I lost the page. Go ahead.
Yeah, the first page, not paragraph 1. He quotes the rule that says a lawyer shall not use means that have no substantial purpose other to embarrass, delay, or burden a third person. So embarrass is the key word here. He claims that my all right. First, he makes this big thing about he tricked me into admitting that I'm representing myself. So I had been representing myself until I hired Rinaldi, but then I continued to co-represent myself. You know what I mean? So that I could also write to them and they could respond. And so he does this whole big thing like to trick me into like emailing him acknowledging that I'm also representing myself so that he can then apply this rule to me. All he had to do was say, hey, do you admit that you represent? Yes, I do. Instead, he does this whole like secret like tricking thing with me. and then he makes a big presentation here about how he proved that I represent myself so that the rule applies. And now he's saying that my Facebook posts were intended for no substantial purpose other than to embarrass him. The only reason I wrote those Facebook, but it wasn't to bring light to an obscure, in the dark process of abusive disciplinary proceedings against honest lawyers. No, that had nothing to do with why I wrote Facebook posts. I just wanted to embarrass the guy.
Oh man!
This hack has the audacity to escalate this because he's so pissed off that we aren't going to, roll over and play his stupid game and take a 3-hour CLE course so we can say, look, I got a notch in the belt. I got a notch in the belt against Batskin. Buy me a cake. Let's have a party. And because I wouldn't do that, he decides I'm going to charge him with more misconduct in violation of his freedom of speech rights.
Jeez, gosh.
And so I'm not going to ask any. I'm not going to ask.
This PDF thing is 91 pages.
Well, yeah, it's only 11 pages, and then the rest is copies of the Facebook posts and a bunch of emails. So what he did was he picked out a handful of emails, and if you go back to that December 19th letter, the end of it says all communications must be in writing from now on. I exploited that like you have no idea. I mean, when you're extorting somebody, you shouldn't be the one demanding to have everything in writing.
Right.
You get my drift? You're extorting me. You're abusing your power to extort me into agreeing to some bullshit a disposition so you don't have to dismiss this case. And you want everything in writing? Thank you very much. I have hundreds of emails back and forth in a chronology that will come out at some point. Now, so what he does is he picks out a handful of these emails in addition to the Facebook posts and claims that these handful of emails are also for no purpose but to embarrass him. And he picks out the ones where I use the word abusive. I call him abusive, and it's an abusive proceeding. And for that, he believes that those are violations of this rule, that a lawyer doesn't have the right to accuse their disciplinary counsel of being abusive in their prosecution by making up rules, making up words in a rule, right?
Says, thank you, Fibs. Says Bruce and his beautiful brain.
So he.
You don't have the right to call your abuser an abuser?
That's kind of crazy. I would think you have every right.
But the point is, this is free speech. I mean, this is like the epitome of free speech. A lawyer being abused and being prosecuted with nonsense decides that the only way he could try to get people to notice it is to write Facebook posts about it and hopefully, you know, share that and get some journalists to catch on to it or something. And that becomes violations of conduct. So they're literally charging me with misconduct for exercising my free speech. I then added a third update. You can proceed, and you'll see, but that wasn't part of that. Came after. So the third update talks about being charged for the first two Facebook posts. So you'll notice the third one says Facebook posts lead to new disciplinary charges.
Wow.
And that's that one. Now, and I think then, okay, now the next one. You know, people can read that on their own. I hope they will. We'll share the link.
Well, let me go back then.
Drive.
I just hold on. I'm gonna go through it.
Yeah, and the three Facebook posts alone really give the good history of the whole thing in a narrative way, as opposed to reading the actual documents. You know, the official documents.
Connecticut's lawyer discipline system is rigged.
Yep. So here's what that's now. I was trying to get my disciplinary case covered by a serious, journalist. The Connecticut Law Tribune by now was completely suppressing me. They wouldn't after that clarification letter to the editor. After that, they wouldn't even return any emails to me. Completely, openly, just covering up this story, because it would be harmful to the judiciary. And so I set out to find other coverage. And so happened only about a year before this new website had begun in Connecticut called Inside Investigator. And it's a website in Connecticut about corruption, governmental corruption. It's like right on point. So I get in touch with them and I have some discussions and over months and months, I'm providing them with, updates and documents, and usually they'd get back to me with a phone call saying, yeah, we're keeping track of everything and we're planning to do something with it. And I'm getting a little impatient. So I convinced them to let me write an op-ed, and this is the op-ed, and this is worth reading because it's pretty short, and it really lays out what I'm trying to do, which is compare what they did in the macaroni and cheese cover up to what they're doing with me, where they covered up misconduct by a judge and two powerful lawyers that really was like felonious level analogy, analogous to felonious level misconduct, whereas they conjured up less than spitting on the sidewalk to not dismiss this against me. So major misconduct, conflict of interest, openly in front of a judge, allowed by the judge, reported to the disciplinary authorities, and completely whitewashed out of the decision, not mentioned, ignored, so that they wouldn't get in trouble. And then they conjure up this nonsense or not, or whatever, contingency fee agreement didn't have or not in there, whatever the hell they're talking about. And even if the rule said this, even if the rule said, you got to say, and even if it's not court, but it's the Commission on Human Rights, you got to tell them, congratulations, there's no fees, you must mention it. And I didn't. It would be like the most minor misconduct in the history of lawyer misconduct, and never been prosecuted by any disciplinary counsel in any state ever, anywhere in the history of jurisprudence. This would be the first time. And the rule doesn't even say it anyway.
Dang, man, this is crazy. So what's these last two?
Yeah, so so the op-ed is worth reading if you want. Of everything, this is the one worth reading.
The 415 one?
The 212, 24/212 opinion. The Connecticut Disciplinary. Yeah.
Is it? Oh, it's not sharing it. I'm sorry. Yes, it is sharing it. Do y'all see that? Yeah, you see it. Oh, yeah, it's been up. I've been going through it.
The op-ed, yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I'm saying this is worth reading. I'm saying now, don't read any of the other stuff, but this is worth reading because it really boils it down. This is where when I'm trying to get somebody on this story, this is what I first share with them, this op-ed, because this encapsulates what I like to call 3 stories in one. Cover up.
Right.
I'm sorry, not cover. 3 stories in one. The macaroni and cheese cover up. The grammar prosecution. That's what I call what they're doing to me because of the or not adding to the rule. And then the third story, I call it cover up / conjure up. So you've got the macaroni and cheese, cover up, the grammar prosecution, which is conjure up. Cover up, conjure up. Depends upon who the lawyer is and what their motives are for going after the lawyer. And so this was designed to get a public op-ed out there that openly names for the first time the lawyers and the judge. Conway, AC, and Dooley, and
you caught up on his game. I'm reading the comments, told you.
Well, when a lawyer names a judge, that's a big thing because a lawyer, as you know, can't attack a judge's credibility or integrity recklessly or falsely. A lawyer cannot make a public statement that I forget the exact words that
did Larry Foreman do that?
Questions a judge's integrity or competence, falsely or recklessly. And so if I had falsely or recklessly said that a judge openly, knowingly allowed 2 lawyers to engage in a conflict in front of her in her courtroom over the course of months, and it was made up or false, they could have me disbarred.
Huh.
Didn't
Larry Foreman do that?
They haven't done a thing about this op-ed. They have not contacted me. They haven't accused me of misconduct for it. They don't. The last thing they want to do is give me a forum where I would be proving exactly what this op-ed says. The last thing they would want is a proceeding being covered in the media where Bruce Matskin is proving that Judge Carrie Dooley openly allowed 2 lawyers to openly engage in a conflict of interest, refused to lift a finger, continue to delay ruling on a motion to disqualify them, and ultimately said, tell it to the disciplinary authorities, and the disciplinary authorities completely whitewashed it, covered it up. They don't want me to prove that in a proceeding, so they won't charge me with discipline for saying that a judge, they won't charge me with misconduct for publicly in an op-ed saying that a judge committed serious, egregious misconduct that completely reflects on her qualifications.
Oh, man.
Because then you'd be allowed to prove it.
Exactly. I mean, this is like major misconduct by 2 lawyers and major misconduct by a judge who's now a federal judge in the state of Connecticut. Major. This isn't minor misconduct. This is major, egregious, suspension level misconduct, if not worse. And it was covered up. Covered up. Now, the macaroni and cheese cover up is the other Google Drive that has all that stuff, but it's relevant here only because I'm showing the difference in treatment, the dichotomy between how different lawyers of different stature and status and connections and power are handled by the statewide agreements committee and the Office of Chief Disciplinary Counsel. It's a racket. It's a racket. All right.
So what happened next with we're at like 4:15 now?
Yeah. Wow, and then that's just to show that. So then Butler adds that op-ed as an exhibit to the disciplinary proceedings against me. So that op-ed, another exercise of my free speech, shows up on this document as a new exhibit. He added as exhibit 15.
Jesus.
That wasn't Butler. I'm sorry. No, that wasn't Butler. Look, the name on this is Marie Louise Villar. So Butler, by this time, he was gone. He left the job after a year, a little more than a year in the job. He couldn't handle it, and maybe he got fired. He either got fired because he got them in such a deep hole with me, or he's like, I can't deal with this anymore. Whatever. But he's back at the Hartford Legal Aid Family Law Unit. Good for him. And so Marie-Louise Villar, a longtime assistant chief disciplinary counsel, I guess this is a job for a vet. And so what does she do? She decides to even make more attacks on my right to free speech by adding this as an exhibit against me.
Jeez.
And then that's it, I think. And then the last one is she ends up adding even more additional allegations of misconduct, but I don't even want to talk. It's just nonsense. She cites the personal injury statute and says that for fee agreements, it says that my client it constituted like a personal injury case, and so I had to do something about the first $1 million up to 1/3, and then the next $1 million up to blah, blah. It's just nonsense. So that's where we're at. And May 1st is my hearing date. May 1st is my hearing date, and that's when either I'll appear and defend myself, or I will appear and publicly quit the bar of Connecticut, or do so in advance in a long letter. Not a long letter, but a letter that will explain basically why I am resigning from the bar of Connecticut.
Wow. So you're going to resign from the bar? You don't know what you're going to do, or?
Well, I haven't decided yet what I'm going to do, but I know what I'm not going to do is.
I just can't believe it's taken this long.
I'm not going to allow these hacks to blacken my clean record of discipline. That's what I'm not going to allow to have happen.
Right. And then I just don't. So basically, they're trying to cover up for themselves, really, because of the way you've been. Like, according to them, it would have been like, you publishing that or going on Facebook is a negative for them. So they're going to stand up and go, keep fighting you. But where do they expect you to go?
Well, that's the thing. They don't care because they don't have any, these people are completely immune from anything. They're not going to.
Yeah, like they have nothing to lose here, but you do.
Exactly. They don't care that they've been challenged. And if I get away with it, if I get away with challenging them and fighting back and them not getting their notch in the belt, it probably opens the floodgates. Who knows? I mean, I don't know how many people they've done this to and how many lawyers, but I know that most lawyers, they don't have the, wherewithal or the energy to fight it. And if it's just a 3-hour CLE course, they say, screw it. Give me a 3-hour, whatever. I didn't do it, but I don't care. But
Helen
no.
says, Bruce, you should get a YouTube channel and talk about court corruption.
Well, there's a lot of YouTube channels that already do that. But I wish those channels would have me on about this, the channels that actually do focus on court corruption and judge corruption and legal ethics and stuff. This is a great story. I mean, my story is a great story because it shows how these, again, operating in obscurity, but with complete impunity and immunity. And there's an important distinction, because when I say impunity, they could sit there and plot what they're doing to me, and it wouldn't subject them to liability. They're that untouchable under the law, and that should change. What I would love, this is why I want big legal YouTubers to cover my case, because I want to challenge the judicial immunity that these people get. It's too high of a level of immunity for them for what they do and the way they do it. It's not deserving. If you can prove what I can prove in this case, there should not be immunity for civil liability for these people.
Right. Bud Light says you have like over 800,000 subscribers on your OnlyFans page.
Who? Oh, mine.
Yeah. So somebody had asked, can you still be a lawyer? Yeah, he's a lawyer. He has a license. Where are you licensed besides Connecticut? Massachusetts and where else?
Yeah, well, don't forget, this charge of misconduct is so exceedingly minor. When he did specify it, when he came up with this nonsense about, or not in the rule. Let's say the rule said that, and I didn't follow it. It would be the most minor misconduct imaginable. They would have spent 2.5 years, and God knows if you add up all the time and how much taxpayer money on a lawyer because he didn't put or not. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's an egregious waste of taxpayer funds. What's that?
Frank said you should reach out to Long Island Audit.
I have.
And Suzanne says you should
I think
come
I
to
reached
Florida
out to Long
and
Island
be an
Audit about the What the Hell's Bad Neighbors case, really. But I hadn't thought about reaching out to Long Island. But listen,
Yeah,
I have
why don't
anybody.
you just move to Florida?
Yeah, no, you could. If somebody gave me a free house, I wouldn't move to Florida.
I know.
Sorry.
You can get 50 acres.
I like the weather. I like the change of seasons. We like the winter. We like the snow.
You can move to Georgia.
Yeah, every 10 years you get a little snowstorm down there.
Well, if you move to North Georgia, you get it more frequent.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I really, my disciplinary case could be hugely important if there were coverage of it, and a lawsuit back, even if it were thrown out on a motion to dismiss for judicial immunity or quasi judicial immunity, the argument would be made, and it would be very noteworthy and newsworthy. The idea of challenging the level of immunity when you can show what they've done. Theoretically, pretend to imagine it being as obvious as that letter that I made up. Dear Matskin, I have all the power and I can do anything I want. You can't sue me, so I'm going to just do it. And, even in writing admitted he couldn't be sued for that. Essentially, that's what they're doing.
Right.
And that's crazy. It's crazy that anyone is that above the law.
Yeah. There's things, I mean, you could try to bring it to the attention of the boss, the head of the office, and maybe they can get fired or something. But the point is, I can't get any recovery of the damage they've caused to me. I cannot get any of the time back. The ruin. When this first started, and I was really worried about it, and I didn't have a lawyer at the time either, and I'd been calling around, and the lawyers who do this in Connecticut, it's all a racket. They're not going to fight for you and upset the apple cart with the people that they always practiced before. They play the game. They'll represent me if I'll take a plea deal, and they'll just handle crossing the T's and dot the I's. And I wasn't going to do that. So that's why I had no lawyer at the time. And this was really ruining, our holidays and everything. And none of that is compensable because these guys have immunity.
If you lie and say you did something wrong that you didn't do wrong, they would represent you. But if you tell the truth, they won't represent you.
Exactly.
That what I just heard?
I almost don't blame them, because look, there's a handful of firms and lawyers that represent lawyers in disciplinary proceedings is, part of their practice. And they have to deal with these people all the time. And so they know that, if they start to dig in and say, look, you're abusing your power against this client of mine, that's not going to serve them and their future clients well, because now they're, you
got to find one that's willing to go up against them.
And it has to be somebody who doesn't do this normally. It isn't part of their normal practice. Who doesn't care about this and then off,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I had my good friend from Jacksonville who did it. He actually came. We had a hearing last May, and he drove. He likes to drive everywhere he goes, and he drove up, and we got it postponed. Why? Well, because I had been trying to subpoena Butler and others to appear and testify, and they were challenging that. So that got postponed last May. At that time, this Connecticut inside investigator reporter was there. Remember, I wrote that op-ed a couple months earlier in February. So in May, he was there, this reporter, and we talked to him for about a half an hour afterwards, and they were going to do the story about this. And for the next few weeks, I'm emailing him back and forth, providing documents, information, answering questions. And guess what? A couple of weeks later, I call and I say to the managing editor, "What's going on? Are you doing the story?" "Nope, we're not doing the story." The website created for corruption in Connecticut decided to cover up and suppress this story.
Dang. Wow.
And there's no doubt in my mind that it is not their editorial decision, that they're under the thumb of somebody, like Hearst Media, which is a big media company that owns all the Connecticut major newspapers, New Haven paper, the Bridgeport paper, the Middletown Press. They suppress my name from any news articles about even unrelated cases. So I had a case last year, free speech case, and I got contacted by a reporter, and they interviewed me and did an article about it, but my name isn't mentioned in the article. And the lawyer from the other side is mentioned, even though he didn't return the call for a comment. So he didn't give a comment and is mentioned. I give all the information to this reporter, and he suppresses my name. And I don't think he suppressed it. I think he submitted his article, and he was told, "Oh no, Matskin's name has to come out because First Media is in with the judiciary, and they protect the judiciary."
Wow,
Yep.
that's crazy.
So anyway, I've had enough of Connecticut, and I'm doing well in Massachusetts.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I mean, your clients or whatever in Connecticut. I mean, you know.
Yeah, well, I had been relying on Connecticut while I lived in Armenia. In fact, you know, the clients I represented remotely with the help of a local paralegal were Connecticut. Right. It was all Connecticut, and then we relocated to Massachusetts. Thankfully, you know, we were able to start my practice here, and thus this, you know, they probably thought, they don't anymore, but they thought when they were coming after me that this was going to really harm me in Connecticut, and didn't realize that I was now living in Boston, and basically my practice was up here. So, right. You know, that's a happy, you know, circumstance that I have the luxury of really fighting this without you know, without really worrying that I could like somehow not be able to practice law in Connecticut, because I don't practice law in Connecticut anymore anyway. I do, well, but I don't. You know what I mean? I have my license there and stuff, and I could take calls and, you know, help people, but I just, that's not where I'm marketing my services at all.
Right. So then, you know what? Just be done with it. Get the stress out, you know? That's all I say, in my opinion.
What do you mean? Like take the deal?
No. Walk away. No, walk away.
Oh, yeah.
Don't take the deal. Absolutely not.
Basically tell them, take this job and shove it. I don't work here.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I'm, you know, I may do that, and I want, but I've always said the reason if I was going to do that, if I was going to fight this, and I was going to make a big thing about challenging their authority to do this to me, I had to do it in a way that was going to get coverage. Otherwise, it was pointless. It would just be lost in obscurity, and that's why, as I've explained, you know, I thought that the way. Well, first of all, to show what they were doing to me was abusive, was to show how they covered up the macaroni and cheese cover up, to show the difference in how they, you know, approach misconduct by different lawyers and a judge versus, you know, powerless solo lawyer like me. And to be able to, you know, make the point, I had to get some coverage of it. And that's when, you know, I started to look for some coverage of it, and the rest is history. You know, Larry Foreman and, you know, live stream plan for macaroni. A lot of people don't realize
Lisa?
Yeah, I lost her too.
Lisa, we can't hear you. Someone take
You can't hear me?
No, you went dead.
20 seconds.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
No, I can't hear you now.
You can't?
Nope, absolutely not.
Okay. All right. Well, what I was saying is that most lawyers don't really know so much about marketing and coverage and press and things like that. I mean, it all depends on where their practice really lies, but people don't realize that you have a background in writing, and, you know, you worked in the press, you know?
Yeah. My original career was as a newspaper reporter.
Yeah. And then also you worked in the music industry, so you worked for insider stuff in the music industry as well. Yeah, but correct. You've been writing for years, so like your emotions are like, the only thing that bothers me, Bruce, is sometimes, you know, machinations. I mean, like, you're like so verbal. I mean, like. Your legal verbiage is great, but it's like, oh my God.
I'm sorry about that.
Reason some of your emotions. No, but they're good. They're good. They're great. But people don't realize that you have a background in writing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's how, you know, like, you know, coming on here and getting the case, a case that's only one side's been shown and discussed and talked about, which like further, I mean, it's like helped create a monster, you know? And then you have this family that's being destroyed, and it's like you can see. And I know this is before you were even their attorney. You could just see like their side needs to be told. Nobody was telling it. You know what I mean? And there's very few people telling this, story. And you knew that, you saw that, but people just don't understand that you have a background in that, and most lawyers do not, and they don't see it. Like they look at it like you don't like talk about your cases.
Right. Well,
we talk about cases that are over and down, or cases that are not your cases.
Well, this is a different situation. I've always said this exists in two realms: in court and on YouTube. Right. In three realms, really: court, YouTube, and just the real life. Their everyday life. Where he perpetrates a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
And this is not a case that if there weren't two Lees covering this side of it, and it was just Shizzy and the others and Megan and Tug, it would be way different. I mean, there would be no counteracting of the lies and the contrivances and the exaggerations and the made up bullshit. And so,
Jeremy should be thankful I'm here. I'm giving him more content now, aren't I?
Well, yeah, but to be effective, let's face it, that he's acting the way he can act because he's not a lawyer. He can't do what he's doing. Shaka can't do what Jeremy's doing. Shaka can come out there and defame me and talk about my kids and my wife and all the things that he says about me. A lawyer can't do that, So he's letting his client uncontrollably do that. And good lawyers don't let their clients go out and do what he's doing. But because of that, either it can be left out there unopposed, unchallenged, unresponded to. And I'm talking about with respect to the attacks on me as well as my clients, or it can be responded to, and the truth can be stated in response to the lies, and that's what we're doing, and it's absolutely an important part of this whole thing. And it's not because we created it, and it's not because we made it this way.
Right, and what other lawyers need to also understand is the fact that this is all happening on YouTube. Like Jeremy's using YouTube to do all this stuff.
It's made for YouTube. I mean, this is all. If there wasn't YouTube, none of this would be happening in court or in the real world. None of what he's doing we'd be doing, except
it's not like we're covering a case that's not on a YouTube channel. This whole thing is on a YouTube channel.
Exactly. He said, we're just covering the story of my life. He says, no, your life is contrived. Everything you do is contrived. Your whole life is contrived. You've created this world for yourself where every day you have to wake up and figure out what you're going to put on YouTube. Nice life.
With this pad and his freaking, I would call it his, script pad, Yeah. And, but these other lawyers that are talking about it, and they're saying that, they'll talk about cases that are like, Karen Reed or, other cases I don't even know about, but like legit cases that are either closed or heading for a close or already at trial. They'll talk about that. But they just think that this is wrong, and to like discuss things that are going on and reading all the documents and stuff. But like you read all the documents in other cases when you pull them too. So what's the difference? The difference is this is about a YouTuber. This is all happening on YouTube.
It's inseparable
the harassment,
from
YouTube. All the cyberbullying, it's all on YouTube.
All of this is made for YouTube. Without YouTube, none of this.
Correct. Made for YouTube. So Todd has a question for you. He said, Bruce, I have a question. With all the stalking that Jerem has done, can he go to jail for just for that?
I can't get into comments about stuff like that. I'm in civil litigation, and that's my only concern is being able to get this case thrown out and then pursue civil legal claims on behalf of three people against him and others.
Right. Now, if you look up the statutes, there is criminal procedures and criminal statutes in regards to stalking, harassment.
18 USC 2261A and B are I think they're hybrid criminal and civil statute. I mean, they state that cyber stalking is a crime, and it provides civil damages within the same statute.
Correct. So
different levels of proof.
The answer is yes, but Bruce doesn't do that. So Bruce doesn't handle that part of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just not, I look at it as a civil statute, and it provides civil damages.
That's the criminal side of it.
Yep.
Can I answer? Can I make a comment to stupid people?
Sure. Let me take that down because I don't want everybody thinking that was Todd. You're talking about.
Hey, Angela.
Oh, Angela Collins?
No. You need to actually go pay attention because Michelle has not sold not one damn thing that they received at Christmas.
No.
I've seen what she's selling, and the things that she's been selling are things that were at her house prior to Harley Jolly Christmas.
Or given to sell. She was given things to sell.
Yes, she was given things to sell. But like that pink car that everybody is making a big deal about her selling, she had that car before. She actually acquired a storage unit for the purpose of selling the things. Like people do.
That was at the property when we went there to put the fence up.
Yeah, the thing to understand for this, Angela, the thing to understand for this person who is asking about that is that whatever they say is just made up. And so, look, hey, they did a Holly Jolly Christmas and they got all kinds of gifts. Wow, we could just make up that she's selling it at the flea market. We don't have to base it on anything. It's just a possibility, so we can make it up. The kernel of truth is she got tons of free stuff, as gifts. So then we're gonna make up the rest that she's selling it at the flea market. That's what they do on everything.
Harley opens every gift. She knows every toy that's there. She ain't getting rid of none of that.
Yeah, and the thing is like that pink car. The pink car has been the big topic of, they sold her electric car. No, the hell they didn't, because she didn't get a pink car for Christmas, you bunch of twats.
No, she got a bicycle.
A bicycle, a black Jeep, and a motorcycle.
A pink motorcycle. It was pink.
So quit being a thick-headed twat.
Go, Tori.
It was on the fucking wish list that you guys kept manipulating.
Coffee?
Okay. It was on the wish list that you guys kept manipulating. Hello? Quit being so
speaking of the wish list, DJ Radis just posted something about the wish list. Right? And I'm like, is this guy kidding? I'm like, don't worry. I just did a freaking summary on this guy. Don't worry about this guy no more.
They actually have people that said that if what they sent did not suit Harley, if it was outside of her realm, if it was outside of her knowledge, like she actually is smarter than what the tools are that they gave her for education, sell them, share them, give them away. Right. People said that.
Right.
And Angela, I don't think I remember your name showing up anywhere on any gift list.
Exactly.
So don't use the term "we donated" because you didn't donate shit, bitch.
Dang.
I hate people that are doing that. They're claiming that.
I know they're doing it for every which way they can.
They're saying we gave, and they didn't give shit.
No, they didn't give anything. But welcome to After Midnight. Exactly. So Bruce, Nikki asked, how is he still walking around like a stuck-up POS who can't be touched?
Well, all we could do is rely on the court, the courts to do their job, and I'm waiting to see what happens with this motion. We're waiting to get ruled on in the federal court. If it gets granted, then we're off and running, with going on offense.
Yeah. Well, Lisa, the other thing is that he's not been held accountable for anything. And he got away with getting a protection order, right? You saw how he did that. I just read it to you, and he's lied throughout the whole thing. Right. And with no evidence, so, and now that he's in this court case, he pulled this all off, but yet somehow he has no evidence of any of it. Someone calling someone an a-hole, and I'm not saying that's part of the case, but it's kind of the same thing. If they give it an opinion of what they think of him, which many have. We have lots of people in our chat right now who have given opinions, you know what I mean? But the thing is that's not defamation. It's not tortious interference, and it's not extortion. Okay? They did not extort nothing. That's already been thrown out. The tortious interference is getting ready to get thrown out, and I'm pretty sure it will get thrown out if Bruce has anything to say about that.
What kind of interference?
Tortuous interference.
Tortious.
Tortious interference.
Yeah, tortoise interference.
Tortious. Tortious.
And the only thing they came up with in the response to the motion to dismiss now is my email from February 17th that he sent to Whatnot, and I replied all. And so that's it. So you had this tortious interference claim since last March. Right. You didn't have a Whatnot contract till last September, and now that becomes the basis. That's the only evidence of your tortious interference claim.
Right. Exactly.
It's just frivolous. It's frivolous.
Absolutely frivolous. Tortious, frivolous.
It's tortoise interference. Yeah,
and then you're left with the signs, and then it boils back down to the MacGuffin known as the signs.
The MacGuffin.
The Hitchcockian MacGuffin. Who done it? The Who done it made for YouTube. And what we have now is we have now is 3 people saw the sign, and 2 of those people already admitted to the world that they had to get out of their car and walk over to him just to see what they said. So free deposition.
Actually, really.
Well, Zim is still is only his affidavit. We don't have. Yeah. Remember the Grangers.
The signs from the road, but they knew to get up and go get them amongst any of the other signs that may be out there.
Well, my point is that if he's saying that people drove by and read them, the Grangers disabused that. The Grangers debunked that anybody could read them without stopping and walking up to read them.
Because they weren't towards the edge of the road; they were in more.
Exactly. So that's free depositions.
There was pictures taken, but they're not sure where they are. They're probably going to come out, but it was too dark to take pictures. Teresa said.
Originally, they said it was too dark to take pictures, and then when we made a comment about what time of day it was and when the sunrise was on that day, then they came up with the one picture where it looks like Brett's holding a sign in the ground, or holding it up by the ground.
Right,
that one showed up, but they said
they also want to get busted for their involvement in all of it. I think Zim was set up actually.
Yeah, I think they set up Zim to be a witness.
Yeah, I think so too, because Zim's actually said he was set up.
He did about the signs?
He said he was set up. It's hearsay, but he said it to somebody.
There's hearsay that he claims that he feels that he was set up. Yes.
Well, we'll find out.
After everybody talking about it and stuff, they've said stuff to him about it, and he says, "I think I might have been set up."
We'll find out in his deposition, which is the only deposition I'm trying to schedule is Zim. That's it, because the Grangers gave me free depositions a few weeks ago. Remember when they were sitting there and Teresa was totally trashed and her big purple
red
drunk nose showing. That day he went through a detailed account of everything that I would have had to spend $1,000 or more to take his deposition to find out.
And now you got the video.
Going on, and then all of a sudden she starts talking about a weightlifter. I'm like, hello. I'm like, could your nose get any redder? Have more wine. Zim was totally being used 100%.
Here's a good poll.
100%, but
here's a good survey. Here's a good survey, because you can think it doesn't have to be either, but it could be that the Grangers did it and Zim was a dupe, or the other way around, that Zim was planting them and the Grangers came upon him. And so 1 or 2, if you think it's the Grangers or Zim. What do you think?
3
Grangers.
Let's put a 1 if you think the Grangers were in on it with Jeremy, and put a 2 if you think Zim was in on it with Jeremy.
But I think someone else put the signs out for Jeremy.
And you can put a 1 and a 2 if you think they were all involved.
No, I think that the Grangers said, we will be driving by at this time. So Jeremy made sure that the signs were out before then.
Hey, Deanna was there at the schoolhouse. It could have been her that put them out.
That they would.
Everybody thinks the Grangers did it. Nobody thinks Zim did it. We got one
involved in it. But I also think that the signs were put up prior to the Grangers driving down the road, so that there was the plausible deniability when they drove down. If anyone else was driving, they would have seen them stop to pick up the signs, such as Zim.
Jeremy. was in Florida. Now, he's got a video claiming that he wasn't even in Florida during that time frame. They go up north during that time frame. No. Sorry, dude. You were in fact in Florida several times because remember the town hall meeting was canceled and you flew back and forth. Okay. He was there the night before. He was gone in Ohio the day these signs were found, laughing and smiling, by the way, the day that they were found. And then the next day flew back to Florida. So he was there the night before the signs were found. So 7-something in the morning on Mother's Day, these people are going to work. And
you're air quoting, aren't you?
I'm what?
Air quoting?
How'd you know that?
Work? Because I know you. We've had this discussion before.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I think it's very possible Jeremy put him out there himself before he left to go back up to Ohio. Put the signs out.
When did he go? Do we know the date he went to Ohio? Because I could believe that if he went to Ohio the night before, but I wouldn't believe it if it was 2 days before.
He went the night before. Creek on Saturday. The signs were found on Sunday.
All right, then it is possible. Yeah, he could have done it.
Yeah. And because he was going back and forth so much, he would fly. He didn't drive. And he'd take himself to, I believe he did it before he went to the airport. Who knew if he flew out Saturday night or that Sunday morning? He went, put them out there, drove to the airport. Maybe he had an 8 o'clock flight. Who knows? What's his face? Brett and Therese came and got him. Zim was finding them, And apparently there were other signs too. From what Brett said, it seemed like there were other signs because he said that it's not like the other signs, they were put more inward. So there was other signs there too?
I don't know.
There was political signs he was talking about.
I don't think it would be smart of them to try to come up with more signs at this point. But
that's what he said. It's not like where the other signs, but they were more inward, more towards their property.
Right. He said they weren't where they would normally be for political signs.
Right.
And that test, that statement shows that people driving by there wouldn't have seen them. At least that batch. There's 2 batches. There's the Granger batch and the Zim batch.
Yeah. You know what my original theory was on who wrote the signs. So, I mean, we have an expert saying something, but you know who my original theory was. And I can guarantee you, after this is said and done, I'm going to show what my theory was. And I guarantee you everybody's going to agree with me. It just, to me, it was obvious. So, but it's crazy.
And then you've got the issue of publication, aside from people seeing them, if 3 people who don't believe them saw them and retrieve them and turn them in, that doesn't cause any damages any more than if you put it in your private diary, so and so is this or the defamatory things in your own private diary about somebody else. That has as much effect as 3 signs that nobody saw except people who know they're false. And that's the reason that it should be thrown out on summary judgment is they simply can't prove publication or damages. To say roadside defamatory signs, if you don't elaborate on the phrase defamatory roadside signs, people can just in their mind envision like a billboard.
Yeah.
Right. But when okay, but let me be a little more specific. These were about 3 feet square, and they were 10 feet inside the roadway with handwritten magic marker. I mean, that's a big difference. It's a big difference than billboards.
And no one would have seen them unless he broadcast them on his channel.
And that's the point. Everybody in the world who knows that there were signs accusing him of what they were accusing him of know about it because of him.
Yeah. And just okay, so let's just jump up to signs for a second.
That's called republication, by the way. So for example, in the law of defamation, if you accuse, so and so of being a criminal, a rapist, let's say, I can truthfully say, and it's completely made up. Okay, so Lisa accuses Joe Smith of being a rapist publicly on Two Lees in a Pod. I'm here to say Joe Lee is a rapist. Joe Smith is a rapist. And I can then say truthfully on my podcast the next night, to 1,000 people, Lisa Lee last night said that Joe Smith is a rapist. I have said a true thing, right? I have said a true thing that you said, Joe, and you want to know something? I am liable for defamation for republication.
Right.
Even though I truthfully said, quote, Lisa said Joe Smith is a rapist, I have republished your defamatory statement, and I am liable as well.
Right. So does that mean when Megan starts talking about the signs and saying what the sign says that she's liable for republication of Jeremy's?
Well, theoretically, but my point here is that the one who's liable.
Can it work against her for doing that to Jerem? He can sue her now.
My point is the one that's liable for all the world knowing that he was accused of this is himself.
Yes.
Correct. Now, I did want to mention something else because I was doing something today and this whole scenario came up where I watched it. I can't see Helen's comment. I'm trying to scroll. Sorry, Helen. I must have missed it. Well, I definitely missed it, but I can't find it.
Okay,
I think it's back too far. Oh, isn't the post office closed on Sunday? Yes, but they're claiming they were doing Amazon packages or something. I don't know. It was Mother's Day too, so I just don't believe their story at all. I think they knew when to go out there. They didn't want to. I think if Jeremy did it, they were there to get it, and they didn't want it to be out there too long for a lot of people to see. That's why they were pushed. They were back far enough that no one could see, and they were picked up, before the majority of the people waking up at 8 o'clock and going out or whatever. We'll see them. I think that's why it was the timing. I don't think they had to go to work at all.
I believe that it was all a plot and it was planned as a way to have a contrived reason to bring a lawsuit.
Yeah, and I believe that they got the idea because of people that were putting signs out for voting for town hall. When the signs were out.
Yep, I believe the signs were done to create a basis to go to Ohio court, and then later they thought of using it for the federal case. I don't think that they did it initially intending to base a civil lawsuit on it, and they came up with that later.
Michelle's saying they were working for Amazon, and super boy, they working that morning. Like nobody knows if they were really working. He could prove it. Prove that they were working that morning.
Well, they said that they had every Sunday they did that, so that would be pretty easy to.
But when was she let go from the post office?
Like 4 or 5 months before that, apparently.
So how was she let go before that, but yet she was working at the post office?
I think it was Brett that was doing the Amazon stuff, but I can't be sure about that. It's just odd. The whole entire thing is odd. Jeremy has been adamant since day one that Michelle wrote those signs. Why? How? It could have been anybody. Right? It could have been anybody. Why would it have been Michelle that did that?
Right. He was just creating the, impression or the reality that he wanted to then, gaslight his followers with so he can then do his legal stuff with it.
Right. Now, I just want to just change this for a second because I want to ask you a question, Bruce. This protection order, right? As you know, Jeremy's been trying to create situations and, been following them to try and get them to get a contempt of the order. Now, being that Michelle's running for town council, okay, Jeremy has said he's going to be there. They're going to be there, Now, you haven't seen Jeremy there. But what I noticed, the last 2 town council meetings, DJ Radis was there. The first one, there was kind of it wasn't like a confrontational thing, but he was very confrontational, I think, but other people may not. But whatever, he took off. Nothing happened. He left. The second one, he just sat there with that girl that he hangs around with, and he blatantly gave the finger, which it could have been just a mistake. Maybe he holds his hand that way. I don't know. But this last one, which is where that happened, upon I watched Thomas Collins' video, and upon him going there and walking from his truck to outside the town hall, George was parked across the street, just sitting there. Mm-hmm. Then there was a Dodge Ram like a couple spaces over, so it's like they had the left side and the right side covered, right? And it looks like it was Jeremy's truck, right? Thomas starts walking up where George could see Thomas, and then she honks her car, like she does like the key lock thing, right? And to me, it was letting Jerem know Thomas is coming or someone's coming or something, right? And to me, it was like some type of like, hey, pay attention type thing.
They were absolutely stalking it out so that if Michelle showed up, they could run inside.
Yeah.
And go,
and Radis is inside.
Or 10 feet or whatever the hell he likes to yell.
Yeah, so you got Radis inside. Okay, so if Michelle were to walk in, they'd see her coming, they'd go right after her, or they wouldn't even go in there after, they'd just call 911 to get a sheriff there. Or if she got in there and got past them, Radis was going to let them know that she was there. Now, how can that happen when she's running for town council? How could she not be allowed to go in there if they're going to sit outside and stalk the place a half an hour? George was there a half an hour before that meeting started.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm not terribly concerned. I mean, I think that the next time there's a proceeding before the judge or magistrate in Ohio will be an opportunity, whether it's a contempt ruling, whether it's a contempt motion by him that he's already threatened for 50 different things, or something that is going to happen later, that they're going to set up.
Right.
I think that any proceeding before the judge, whether it's with a lawyer or without, it will be well prepared. And so I don't want.
I hear what you're not saying.
I don't want Michelle to. I don't want her to change any of her activities and any of her ambitions to run for office should be unaffected by this. There should be no consideration that, I can't run because I can't go to town hall because he's going to threaten me with a contempt. No, that should not be a consideration.
Well, he's already doing that, but it should stop her from doing. But she has to take certain procedures.
Yeah. Well, that's what he's trying to do. Is he's trying to disrupt her life.
Stopping her. He's trying to stop her from helping the town. He's trying to stop her from being someone who can help the town. He's trying to stop her from having maybe a little bit of extra income to help with our family or the tourist rescue, or you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And he's under the impression if someone's on disability, they're not allowed to have any kind of income, and that's not true.
It's a shame that we're even talking about this. 8 months, 8 months after, or whatever. It's 8 months after a lawyer should have filed something.
I agree. I don't think you should wait for an answer. I think you should send this in before she answers and says, so she can look at it and go, well, wait a minute, hold up. You know what I mean? I that's just what I think. But that's my opinion. I'm not a lawyer.
Well, there's some grand strategy of waiting around for months while he continues to terrorize them with threats of contempt. I'm still trying to figure out the grand strategy, but I know it's in there somewhere.
Right. I don't get it because they've been tortured this whole time, And I was going to mention the length of time that the other one's taking the judge, but this entire time, all this time that goes on, it allows Palomop to continue. It allows Jeremy to threaten everybody and more people, but mainly them. And it stops them from them living their life freely. You know what I mean? The way they should be. They have rights. You know what I mean? And it stops them from doing that. And it keeps them in fear. I mean, come on. We have a guy now who has an entire channel for over a year, is dedicated to just her, clearly, who's moved down from Ohio, been across the street from her house, has followed her and stalked her at a restaurant. Today was posted about how she was at the flea market today with a bunch of lies. And he's now he's posted tonight about the wish list for a Christmas that for a child that has passed 2 months past already. I mean, this guy is clearly obsessed with her. He's at the town hall meetings inside. He doesn't even live there. and he's filming for Germ or Therese Granger. Therese doesn't even live there anymore. You know what I mean? It's like this guy, stalker from hell,
Lori,
and he's somebody that followed Germ.
Yep.
Let me answer Lori's question. The answer is yes. There is a designation called vexatious litigant that there's a standard that has to be met. I think a certain number of lawsuits that have been dismissed without anything, and I believe, he's susceptible to that.
He's getting there. He threatens to sue everybody.
And that would mean if you're designated that, then you can't file without a screening process. You can't file a lawsuit unless it's screened by some process. I don't know how it works, but there's a process for vexatious litigants.
Now, let me ask you, in this new lawsuit, being that he's suing 10 people, going to add another one, would that be 10 separate, even though they're putting it together? But
I don't know. I'm not sure how they do it, to come up with the designation of vexatious litigant, but this would support that for sure. This 10.
Oh, definitely. Because now he's threatening to sue his other neighbors, and it's not happening. No more forgiveness. Who the hell do you forgive, dude? You never forgive anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't like when you're taking him to court.
I laughed at that when he said it.
Some reason. I'm not being the nice guy. There's no being nice here. I've given them chance after chance. Guess what, dude? I've never even received a cease and desist from you, and you're suing me. Drop it. But, I can tell you what, though. I am clearly under that guy's skin. Even Gabe's like, man, you pissed him off. I'm like, whatever. He needs to get over it. He's been doing nothing but pissing a town off. A ton of people. And sorry, I'm not gonna let him get away with it. I'm not gonna let him get away with what he did to my husband. He's not getting away with what he's done. I'm not letting him get away with an innocent family who lost a family member. I'm not letting him get away with hurting the people who literally live right next door, or and who've done nothing to him. Nothing. He just tried to use them as content. It didn't work. He found someone easier to use. And that's what he did. He went from neighbor to neighbor to neighbor. And then landed on Michelle and John.
Yeah, they're like the fourth one, isn't it?
Yeah. He started with Laura Mott, who's like around, she's like, I believe she's on like the other side of that main road that schoolhouse is on. I think she's over there based on where we drove around. But anyway, it's a small area, guys. And he started with her, but then he went after his neighbor, I believe it was Michael. And then his mom lives in that house. And then he went after
the crash on his property. Then the house was on the property.
Right. Then he went after Tina and Ryan, which everybody knows, the finger thing. And that's how everybody relates to it. And then Otter Creek in itself, the town, Russ and Don. And then he went after Michelle and John.
Wait, there's so many more.
And I think there's something there that he saw, and he just kept picking and picking and picking. And he just kept going on and on with Michelle and John. And come on, it's 2 years now. Your own people that actually still do like you're kind of getting, tired of it. Because they're not watching you. Pay attention to your views, dude, Mr. YouTube. So, it's crazy.
What's funny is when you get emails from people going, oh my God.
Sorry, Tori, I was reading the chat. What?
You get emails from people that go, I've been blind for so long and I see what you guys are talking about. I see what he's doing now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is he filming inside of a child's bedroom?
Exactly. That's another thing right there.
Gross.
Yeah. Maybe he doesn't realize we got him admitting that.
If there's any more questions, let's invite people to ask. I'm going to jump off.
Got any more questions while Bruce is still here?
About this or about my disciplinary stuff too. Yeah, and I'll remind people about that pool for that invoice if anybody wants to help out. The PayPal link. for that.
Yeah, since you're here, can you please explain how that works?
Which the pooling?
That you're not getting paid for your services, that the pooling is for
well,
invoice.
remember, we were trying to figure out a way to, you know, have people who want to help contribute to the expenses, like invoices for the deposition, for example, not to pay me anything. So
not your services, but your out-of-pocket costs.
Exactly. So, you know, happy fortuity is PayPal has this new feature that really was just recently added, is exactly what we were trying to figure out how to do. And I didn't realize it until I logged on, and I realized they have this thing called pooling, money pooling function. So you specifically within your own PayPal separately start a pool for a specific purpose and goal. In this case, an invoice for the December 2nd deposition with a specific amount, $3,881. And people who want to donate to that can log on to the link, see how much has already been raised, and add their donation to it. And it's dedicated and designated for that one purpose. And anybody can see when the amount has been raised. So nobody could accuse like, oh, you raised like 5,000 and paid 3,800, and where's the rest? As soon as the balance hits, the balance will be paid off to that invoice. And then we'll add another one, you know, if there is one at that point, which it may be.
So it shuts off funding once you've met your goal.
Well, it doesn't shut it off, but I can't, you know, people can see for themselves. In other words, there's nothing that's not transparent.
Yeah.
So if I'm going to try to use it to raise an extra 1,000 from my own pocket, everybody will see that and be able to say, you're a scumbag.
Michelle, I got it.
Got it.
But Tori, do you have the link?
I'm going to show every dollar that's being spent, because it'll be reflected on an invoice. So there will never be a discrepancy. So if there's, you know, let's say $4,200 raised, and I pay a $3,800 invoice, there will be a $400 balance left, you know, and people could see that.
No, I always pull it out of your StreamYard. Hold on. Yep, I just found it.
Okay. I went to look for it, but it won't let me scroll. It'll pop up, guys, on the Stream Elements. They'll post it. It should post like every 10 minutes, I think.
What's that?
The link to the PayPal.
Not to the PayPal, yeah.
For the invoicing, yeah.
Right.
I just figured I wanted you to, you know, explain what it was, because
I've been, you know, and listen, I've been, you know, not incurring expenses any possible way to avoid. I you know, don't incur expenses. So, for example, I didn't purchase the Shara transcript. You know, that would have been a couple $1,000s for a copy of a 6-hour transcript of a bunch of crap. Why am I going to spend money on that? Yeah. So I didn't, you know, because of the Granger's, you know, description of finding the signs, I now save the cost of that deposition. You know,
right. Anybody else want to talk on a video? You know,
and I'm not, you know, I mean, this whole thing with like expert disclosures, and you know, experts are expensive if they're testifying, and so I don't want to go down that road, incur that expense if we don't have to, and that depends upon if the judge throws out the case or lets it proceed to trial. And that's this timing thing. You know, it shouldn't be required of a party to spend all this time and money on an expert that they may not need. You know, let's do things in a proper order, you know, but their whole way of litigating is to play gotcha, you know, even though we don't know if we need an expert because we think that the summary judgment is going to be granted. They're going to play gotcha. Oh, you missed the deadline for disclosing your expert that you didn't need, you know, you would need, you know, gotcha.
Right. Georgia, the reason why is because people don't want to be filmed. So they don't go.
Bruce, a lot of haters are hoping to get that they are going to get under your skin, but I'm betting that you are tougher than that. Am I right?
Well, I'm still here.
and join the joiners. You need.
I don't think they can do any more than what they already are.
You know what I mean? It's like, well, I'll tell you what. I mean, you know, it's almost like a Chinese wall, the legal expression, Chinese wall. When, like, for example, there's two lawyers in the same firm, and one of them would be conflicted, and the other one wants to stay in the case. They have to have a Chinese wall, meaning that the one that's conflicted has to be completely insulated from hearing or knowing or discussing anything about it. There's almost like a Chinese wall between my involvement in this what the hell is bad neighbors thing and the rest of my law practice up here in Massachusetts. There's like no overlap. You know what I mean? Like none of my employment law clients have any clue about this. And there's not one hater, if they wanted to, that could go ahead and try to find clients of mine so they can call them and say, hey, your lawyer's just coming. I mean, there's no overlap.
Right. Bruce, will your disciplinary bullshit affect the Florida case?
I don't see how, but they're undoubtedly thinking of ways that they can make it affect it, but I don't see how. No, it's such a minor thing. There is what's called reciprocal discipline. So like if somebody, if a lawyer got disbarred in one state because they, absconded with $1 million of their client's money, that was in a trust account and they used it to, live a lavish lifestyle, they would get disbarred in other states where they're licensed as well, reciprocally.
Right.
So that disbarment or discipline would be, the other states would be notified of it. They have to be. Right. It's required, and they would probably.
Do they have Legal Shield in Ohio or Florida?
What's that?
Legal Shield?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
I don't know what it is either.
Funny Sonny asked if you were going to take deposition from former What the Hell subs on why they quit his channel, and I can answer that he doesn't have to have depositions, that people will freely give the statements themselves.
They already have.
And some already have. Yeah, he doesn't have to pay, because depositions he has to pay for.
Right. Although the reason you might want to take a depo anyway is because it becomes admissible. Like, what you say is correct. I mean, if people are cooperating and you can get an affidavit in support of a summary judgment just without a deposition, that's perfectly valid. Well, that affidavit wouldn't be admissible in court, though, at trial. So
even if it's notarized?
Right, because it has to be subject to cross-examination. And so a deposition is just an affidavit would just be hearsay at trial. Okay, so a deposition means that the other side has a chance to cross-examine the witness. That means if that witness doesn't show up at trial, you can argue that the deposition testimony can come in because of their unavailability. You wouldn't be able to. You wouldn't be able to.
But then there's people like me that says I'll be there.
Right.
Oh, prepaid legal. So legal, that would be prepaid legal. Is what she's talking about.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
So yeah, so there'd be some of us that are willing to be there.
That's great because then you could testify the same as in your affidavit live at trial. It wouldn't be hearsay, and they'd be able to cross-examine you on it. But if you didn't show up, I wouldn't be able to introduce your affidavit. It would be pure hearsay. Right.
You can send all your emails to me. It will find its place. Trust me.
So that's
Bruce,
why that's the only reason you might want to take a depo of a friendly cooperative witness, is that way you're preserving their testimony for trial in case they weren't available at trial. Maybe they could pass away, or they could move away, or they could change their mind about showing up, whatever. Now you've got them under oath, subject to cross-examination, and you can argue that it's admissible in lieu of live testimony.
Bruce, can Jerm be held accountable for weaponizing the PO?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what we're hoping. That'll be part of the lawsuit against him for sure. That'll be part of the claims against him. I think first, with respect to that particular aspect of the claims against him, it would be good if that PO got thrown out, and that would give us a real good, strong argument. That it never, that was all contrived, and it clearly was. But when you have a judge up there actually giving it credence, it makes it a little tougher to use it.
Yeah. Yep. I hear you.
Yeah, when
Sure, in the chat. It is called prepaid legal, yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out. I actually asked Michelle some questions about the actual voting.
Yeah. There's her whole campaign platform right there in 50 words or less.
I hope I get voted in because my heart is with the people of Otter Creek, and I intend to keep helping them in many, many ways. Stop frivolous spending, add programs to help, blessing box number 1, fix water.
I mean, that's a great platform for a small town. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Guys, Michelle is a very smart cookie, and she's a fighter, and she'll fight for that town. No joke. She's been about the town ever since she moved there. They get involved in things, and Michelle's involved with helping people all along the way.
And no, it doesn't make her a general purpose public figure subject to all of what they're doing whatsoever. That's just a talking point, and it's bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, but Michelle's all about helping people and help. What did she call it? Like community services and stuff like that, and and that's why like when Jerem says certain things, because let's say somebody has a background that he feels is bad, when people want to change their lives, Michelle's right there along to help them, and that's what she tries to do. She's a very kind person. People don't seem to get that, he's definitely defamed her to the point where it's done a lot of damage, and how do you literally keep fighting for so long until now? You know what I mean? Now she's just moving forward, and she's going to keep going with her life as much as she can.
That's exactly what she should do.
Exactly.
All live their lives and let the courts handle, let the lawyers and the courts handle the accountability, and that's what's going to happen. We're on the verge. I don't know what the judge will do, but I mean, it should get dismissed at this point. And I think if it doesn't, it'll get dismissed after discovery, which is the end of April, on a summary judgment motion. But we're on the verge, and then there's just a lot of big damages claims to be pursued on the part of all three of them against not just Hales but others.
Whoop, whoop. Sorry, goal was hit, guys. Awesome, thank you so much. We have a giveaway.
All right, I'm gonna let you go do your giveaways.
All righty, cool, Bruce. Thanks a lot for coming on. I know
thanks for doing thanks for doing the disciplinary thing, in detail, because it's important to it's important to me, and I really am still hoping that some legal tuber will jump on that, because it's a good story.
It is. It's definitely a good story.
Yeah.
I just can't believe they put you through that for so long over nothing.
Yep. Still going. All right. Anyway, have a good one, everybody, and let's hope some good stuff comes down this week.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's hope. I think it's all going to be giddy.
Yeah. All right. See you.
All right. Good night, Bruce.
Bye.
Good night, Bruce.
Bye.
Hug your witch for us.
Yes. Say hi to Toba. Wow.
Hug our sister witch.
Sister witch.
Well, I mean, if we're all witches, we might as well claim it.
I know, right?
But you know
they
what?
said so much. Ray, you stayed. I didn't know you were still here.
You know
being that Ray's still here.
Hi, Ray.
I want to do this quickly. Since hold on. Since we already know we got a giveaway, I'm just going to put this up right now. If you know, you know now. And some people might know exactly what I'm talking about.
Christy, are you the Nunya witch?
The Nunya witch. There we go, guys. Just so you know, you can get it all started. We're not going to do it exactly right away.
I saw that.
Get him in there.
Even though I was live, I was actually in Ray's chat part. I had Ray up, and I saw that part where he said "peen" and everybody went crazy about it.
Get your hashtags in there, guys. When he said, I was like, did he just say peens?
Someone came in and asked, what's a peen?
I hope. There he is. He got it. Do you know I had that hashtag sitting there since this afternoon so I wouldn't forget it? Guilty.
Because Ray, at 80 years old, said peen on his channel.
Oh my goodness.
I hear a topher behind me.
Oh, topher. That was hilarious.
This is going to be a cool tray. I'm going to make another butler's tray.
Mm-hmm.
And this one's red and black with a matching keychain.
That's cool.
You got a red keychain?
It's red and black.
Ray, you know what he meant.
Black. Like funny black rings.
I thought that was hilarious.
No black rings.
it was fun in Ray's chat today too, because who else? Everybody was having a good time, I guess. But Rick Luthman was there, and you know what's funny? Because his name is Richard. Everybody's calling him Richard, but I thought I heard Mike Volpe call him Rick. So now I'm like, okay, does he like Richard? Does he like Rick? Or is it Rich? And then he said something about he's a dick. So I said, okay, well, wait a minute. Are we Rick, Dick, Richard? I don't know what he likes to be called. So, Richard, if you're in here and I did offend you by saying the improper name, please let me know so I can call you what you like to be called. Anyway. So, yeah. Ray said peens. John, just seeing John Cook type that is funny. Because it's like dry sense of humor. Timestamp this screenshot here. Ray said peens.
There's worse things in life. I've said worse than peens.
I know. It was just funny.
Oh, wait. I said worse than peens in this chat.
Oh, yes, you have. Shit. Girl, you were going off before. Not long ago. Yeah.
Well, she come in here saying something about the Holly Jolly Christmas and why were you going to have it in 2025 because she's already selling the stuff from last year, and it just pissed me off.
This is such a coincidence.
It just hit a nerve.
Yeah, well, they're saying lots of stuff, which is fine, but the best, I really wish Kendra was here.
Oh, Lisa.
Troy, you're being a badass. Right.
Lisa,
for a second, I was like, who's Troy? Okay. Frank said I had to cover my ears.
Found the scooter you need.
A what?
A scooter.
A scooter that I need. Why do I need a scooter?
Forward you an email. I want you to look at it, and you're going to say, I want that scooter. Trust me.
Our virgin ears. Oh my gosh. Okay.
That's how I knew you were not in my chat, because you didn't come up and you didn't say something about it.
No, I wasn't in there. I get shit in there and then it starts problems in there. Every time I go in your chat, they start problems. Which one? A scooter for the cruise? Ray's peen versus the 2-inch. So I figured out why Germ don't like Ray though. Ray has more hair than
him. Well,
was there any I might as well ask if there was any reference to some kind of plugs on the Facebook post today. Because Jerem has been selling all the toys donated for Christmas. Can you believe that he actually put that in his freaking filing for the protection order? I could not believe that when I saw that. Where is it? What the hell is it? About the sex toys? Where is it? There it is. He posted photos in April of a large collection of sex toys that stated I was selling my items. Dude, you play with the toys. You play with them. You play with them in a sexual nature too. So
wait a minute. If that's grounds for
protection order,
then she has grounds for a protection order for the same thing.
Exactly.
Because he's done that.
Yep. Yeah. Ray smells better. I love it, Ray said peen. There's so much stuff I wanted to show tonight too. Way smarter. Way smarter. Way smarter. I can't wait to give my list of depots who I want to do. One's going to start with an S. One's going to start with an H. One's going to start with a C. The other one's going to start with an L. Who do y'all think those are?
What?
I'm giving you a hint. I want depots for my case, I want depots of someone with an S initial, an H, a C, and an L. Can anybody guess who those people are? Lisa depot his ass. Oh, I'm going to depot
his ex-wife, his ex-girlfriend.
Mm-hmm. Plural.
Girlfriends.
Plural.
Obviously, he only has one ex-wife.
Yeah.
Well, to the best of my knowledge.
And that goes all the way back to when? How long were they married for? Yeah.
Oh, and Substitute George.
Uh-huh. Yepers. And there's some employees there too. Tell you, it's going to get interesting, guys. So I guess all the money he's made, he just wants to give it all away. He's really bad, you know. He wants to do this and he wants to get people involved in this crap that he's spewing. Well, then go right ahead. You know, no one's defaming you, dude. No one's saying anything that is not true or an opinion. And it's all over my channel that this isn't opinions. This is reacting to your or anybody's videos, critiquing them, commenting on them. Yeah, we're reporting truth. Just like you said you were exposing people in Otter Creek, we're exposing your ass. Why? Because you hurt people. Why? Because you claim to be a victim and meanwhile you're the bully. Why? For content. For your YouTube channel. That's why. People say, what are you going to do when, you know, there's no more Jeremy to talk about? I have plenty to talk about besides Jeremy. Trust that. And we'll just go on to another case. We're going to be going on to cases while this is still happening here. If my cousin could ever get her butt back in here on a regular. So, which I think will be even more interesting and satisfying. I wonder what happened to Gwen that worked at. I don't know. I have no idea. Lisa, do you know how many of us were in Germs Live when he invited Michelle to come out to Otter Creek because he loves turtles? Yeah, I love turtles. I love turtles.
What is a hobnob?
What is a hobnob?
Well, New File just asked that question. What is a hobnob? Same thing as a BJ.
I don't know. She might like the money shots. Yeah, I think I ticked her up. She wrote a couple of songs about me.
Work up to a pearl necklace.
You're not blocked, Spade. I see you. At least I saw the title on Tug and Megan's stream. What is this about arrests made? There's no arrests made. What? Wait, I didn't even see that. I don't see their stuff. I just, like, last night I was told what they were talking about. I'm like, you're full of crap. That's the other thing I want to talk about. Okay, so last night Megan and Tug were live and they were talking about Andrew, who was arrested in a situation with his father. His father is Peter. Peter has actually been on here discussing the Lloyd situation. And reason why is because Peter, if everybody remembers, is Lloyd's brother. Okay, so Andrew is Lloyd's nephew. Okay, Andrew does not live at Michelle's property. Andrew has actually helped John and Michelle do things on the property.
He was living with his dad, wasn't he?
Yeah. Whatever happened, this discrepancy, Michelle is friends with Peter. Okay. And this thing happened at the RV park between him and his son. And Peter was very upset and he was talking to Michelle. Michelle did call 911 with Peter on the phone. So if you look at any of this paperwork that says it happened at Michelle's property, it's not true. If you even look at it, the property says it's 151, blah, blah, blah. Well, actually, it says 911 local address. So that's where the call came in from. Get it, guys? Get it. Okay. Stop listening to Germ's bullshit.
It's like if you go to the grocery store and something happens at the grocery store, but you go home to call 911, the 911 address is going to be your home address, even though the event happened at the grocery store.
Yeah. So that's why it says it on there, that nothing happened at her property. Okay. And that's the end of it. And definitely the end of it, because guess what? Case was dropped. So there's no case against him. And it didn't happen on her property. And what was the other thing? Oh, and he doesn't live there. Yeah. So those three things. Boom, boom, boom. Said it last night while she was live telling her stupid shit. Said it again today after Jerem thought that he was covering for Megan's things that basically oh, we got debunked. No, we didn't. You're still debunked because the kid doesn't live at her property. Nothing happened at her property. And that's the end of it. Done.
One voice for you. You said raid instead of Ray. It's R-A-Y. Ray said Peens.
Ray said Peens. Ray said Peens. Ray said Peens. Ray said Peens.
One voice put raid, R-A-I-D.
Ray said Peens.
Ray.
Oh my God.
Ray said Peen. Ray said Peen.
Oh, tell us, Michelle, please. What's Michelle telling? Oh, she's talking about the hobnob. Boop. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Gross. Gross. You want to do things, just, look, do it in the privacy of your own confinement. That wasn't it. You don't do things like that on the public road where people can see you. Okay? Or was that her, bucket list thing to do that in public? You definitely shouldn't have done it where someone can see you and call the cops and have a 911 report about it. Or two. Look at my comment about hobnobs. Bob, hobnobbed and...
Kendra's selling 2-inch purple peens right now.
No, she's not. No, she's not. No,
That's
she's
what
not.
I'm just repeating what John Cap said. Read my post, and I was reading it.
John Caps, shut up.
Naughty.
Hobnobbing a knucklehead must be hard with no.
Yeah, it's hard to hobnob when you have no knob to hob.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't. Don't know why, but I was not expecting that. I must be hard with no neck. She don't have one, does she? It's like a chunk of monk. You want to start talking shit like that? I can play along too. I choose not to really most of the time, but come on. When we're having fun, I guess it's a little okay. I'm not doing it to literally be mean and because I'm explaining some story like a repulsive story. And yes, do not sit in front of my property when my little girl could look out. This was before the fence and see you bobbing in front of our property. That's gross. Yeah, that's true. Little girl,
Go ahead, do it now. You'll be on camera. Smile.
Oh, I don't think they're going to do that again. I'm pretty sure his wife has heard about it too. Probably don't believe the story, but secretly believes it because she knows her husband. But whatever. You stick with your crap. That's your shit. You're going to do that kind of stuff. That makes you a not so nice person. But if y'all are okay with it, have fun. Just don't give people a reason to say shit. And there you go.
Cat lady, how did you know?
Lisa, Jerem called you a dude. What? Wait, where did that go? It just totally disappeared.
Jerem called you a dude. Defamation for sure. Can you prove you're a woman without exposing yourself to prove Jeremy is even more of a liar?
Can I prove I'm a woman?
I mean, short of showing her ID that shows her gender marker and her birth certificate that shows what she was born as.
Yeah, I could show my birth certificate. I don't care.
Just flash him.
I'm not flashing him.
Just flash him.
Still, that doesn't matter either.
Actually, flashing somebody doesn't prove
I know. What I was saying, that doesn't matter either.
Because there are people who were identified as male at birth who now identify as female that from nudeness would look the same as I do.
Okay, so technically, what would actually prove it? Can Jerem prove he's a man?
Birth certificate would prove what you were identified as at birth.
I was identified as a female at birth.
Yes, and your current ID would show what you identify as now.
Are we really
I'm a female.
there?
I'm just saying, this is what they keep bringing up.
Who says that?
Jerem keeps calling me a man. And now George's. I think George's. Okay, here's the thing. You weren't here. I think Jerem has a thing for you. And George, because she keeps mentioning me so much now, I think she's got a thing for me. I think they want to switch. I think they want to swing. We don't swing that way. We don't do that.
Keep your pineapples to yourself, George and Martha.
They can't see you wave. You have to say hello.
George and Martha, Jeremy and Martha, keep your pineapples to yourself.
Yeah. Everybody send them pineapples. Remember they made such a big deal about pineapples? And I don't think Guapo really knew what that meant. I don't think Guapo really, maybe he does. I'm just kidding. I really don't think Guapo knew what that meant because he was so much about pineapples, you know what I mean? I'm thinking he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Bless his little innocent heart.
Yeah, he doesn't know what the pineapples mean. But yeah. We're not into pineapples, Jerem. You can keep them pineapples to yourself. Yuck. Oh. Just a thought. It's just absolutely disgusting.
What?
Huh?
What?
Swinging.
And we were swinging.
Yeah, that is crazy. But I think Lisa, you are a hermaphrodite, right? No, I'm not. Sorry.
Somebody just called you a hermaphrodite?
A hermaphrodite. Yeah.
That would put her gender as ambiguous.
I sound like a man. You know, I guess he thinks I look like a walrus.
You sound like a woman with a very deep, sultry voice. Not a very deep, but a deep, sultry voice. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I have a hot voice. I've known it my whole life.
Kathleen Turner.
Yeah.
Kathleen Turner had one of those voices.
Yeah,
I think you can tell with my voice, though, that I sound like a girl. I don't always sound so deep and sultry.
What it is that when you talk, Lisa, you don't talk like a girl in this. You fight like a. You got to understand the stereotype.
Like a man?
You got to think about the stereotype.
For 20 years.
In their brains, a woman kowtows. Think about this.
No, not this woman. Sorry.
Like I said,
I was raised by my mother. There's no way. My father, on the other, okay, I can tell you this. I think I actually told this story once before, but the first fist fight I ever got into was in school, right? And it was because something had happened in our house, and I was kept home from school because they wanted to make sure if anything was said about it, I had nothing to do with it, right? So anyway, so the day I go back to school, the principal was told what happened, why I was out, and that if something happens, you better pay attention to it because this is what happened. So they looked up this other girl's schedule and said, well, she doesn't have a free period, so she shouldn't even be outside. If she goes outside, she's going to get suspended. She's not supposed to be out there. Whatever. I'm on my lunch break. I saw her at the other side of the school. I knew it was happening. I ended up getting into a fight with her. With that, it was pretty funny. I can tell you that whole story, but I've already done it. So anyway, they call my parents, right? And I'm in the principal's office. I'm just waiting. And then all of a sudden, my friend looks down the hallway and she goes, oh, man. oh man. And I'm like, what? She goes, it's not your mother that's here. It's your father. I'm like, no way. I thought I was going to get in so much trouble. But there's no problem because they knew what was going on. So they knew that there was a chance that something was going to happen in school. So he just brought me home. My mother wasn't home. She comes home and I'm there. And she's like, what are you doing here? And he goes, your daughter got into a fight today. She goes, really? I said, yeah. She goes, what happened? I said, well, our brother pulled me off of her and she had blood, all over, they said. I didn't see any, but she's like, that's my girl. My father was like, yo, he was the one that would stand in front of people and be like, yo, like, calm down. Like, let's not do it. Kind of like Robbie would, in a fight, unless he was the one in the fight. If other people were fighting, Robbie would probably be like, let's knock it off. You know what I mean? Like, you go to your side, you go to your side. That was my dad, peacemaker, But my mom was the one throwing the snowballs at the boys on the street when she was younger, and they used to run from her. That's who raised me. So, yeah, I don't take no shit. I don't care who you are. Bud Light, it's Ray. You gotta put Ray, not Roy. But yeah, so because my mom, like, people have said stuff before, and I never bothered. Like, I wouldn't go after someone, So when she heard that happened, she was just like, she's all excited. That's my girl, So I was more like my dad, but when it came down to it, no, I wasn't. And you know what happened? She pushed me first. She actually started the fight. She pushed me and I turned around and I clocked her. And then all she did the rest of the time was pull my hair. And my hair is a really big deal to me. So when I was walking away and we brought to the attendant's office, I was running my fingers through my hair and I had hair falling out of my head. I ran looking for her. I went for round 2 and she was gone. But yeah, you gotta, I can sit there and I can fight you back with words. I can fight you back with a lawsuit. You know what I mean? I'm not a stupid person by any means. And I'm smarter than Germ. I'm kind of 10 steps ahead of him. So I guess we'll just have to see. I've been working on something, guys. I know at some point I'm going to be able to show you, and you guys are going to be like, holy shit. You're all going to be like, wow. It's not done. But other people have to receive it first before I can show it. Once I know I can show it, and then I will. But trust me, guys, you guys are going to see how big of an asshole this guy really is and what it all comes down to. So somebody had asked, a couple people have been asking all along, and a couple people tonight too, why is he getting away with it? The reason why he's gotten away with it is because nobody has held him accountable, and he makes people afraid because he threatens to sue them all the time. He also exposes everybody in their lives, and what they've done in their lives, their past, their family, their this, their that, and that's not something everybody wants. People have private lives. They don't want their pictures and information being on the internet by this freaking idiot here. I mean, today, if you look at what he said, he's got a different people on the thumbnails now. Now he's going after somebody else, threatening the lawsuit, putting their videos up. Meanwhile, like he doesn't tell everybody how he started that argument. He was arguing with these people, a person, in this one video today. He's already showed that the other day, if you remember. Why he had to show it twice, I don't know. Yes, Gabe is a man. He's a blessed man, which makes me blessed. But then you got George. All of a sudden, the camera's on. Once the camera's on, Jeremy tones it down. Toned it down. Now, think about this. We've all seen Jeremy get unhinged, right? We've all seen him lose his shit, especially when he's talking about the court cases or reading the court cases. Any kind of dramatic thing. By the way, when I'm doing it, I'm making fun of him doing it. Okay, just so you know. And the other day, when he's like, the cops need your help. They need your help. Do you all see how toned his volume was when he was asking all that and acting all calm? He had a meeting with a detective that day. Okay. That morning, he had a podcast come out that ridiculed his entire new case, the case he's currently on, and his lawyer. Okay. The night before, money was raised to help put a survey out. Okay. Somehow they think a survey's already done based on what he said. And yeah, like, go ahead, do the survey, blah, blah, blah. Like, he really believes he actually owns that. He's going to be so disappointed. Anyway, so that happened the night before. The podcast thing happened. He didn't really get what he wanted out of the sheriff's office. And boom, the judge puts an order out saying, nope, sorry, the counterclaims are not dismissed. Your ass is now getting sued. So by that time, 8 o'clock rolls around. What do you think he took or did to mellow out? You know that dude was definitely unhinged. You know it. He's got all this evidence, but he needs all his people to go looking for timestamps.
Lisa?
Yes.
And this counterclaim is to win, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
It's not to bankrupt somebody. It's to win.
No, it's to win. It's to give people back their lives.
What are you oh my godding Tori for, Taryn? What did I do now?
It's Tori's fault. I blamed something on you in Ray's chat today. Oh, he was asking if what time I was going to be on tonight.
At the same time she always is.
So I come on later or whatever. And they were like taking bets or whatever.
Tinners.
I said it's Tori's fault. A lot of times I do wait for Tori, but you have to remember though, guys, it's only like maybe 5 minutes if that, but because she's coming off of her own live, she's got to like do the girly thing and, well, not just the girly thing, but she's got to pee. She's got to get some food, Yes, I'm blaming Tori. No, but seriously, sometimes though, I'm late.
Sometimes Lisa comes to get on and she sees that I'm in here, and she puts me in the stream and it starts talking to me to realize that I'm not at the computer because I had to go take a bio break. Yeah.
So I no longer see the listing for the property, by the way. What prop? Oh, really? So he's not selling it? Of course not.
Oh, man.
Of course not. That's why he put it up for $800,000. No one was going to pay that. I mean, who the hell would? Be suspended. Mom's like, make him, right? Oh, it's still seen on Zillow. Here we go.
A raid on the property.
A what? A raid on the property? What?
Arresting a raid on one of his properties at night. I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Neither do I. It's you know how things just pop in my head.
Oh.
So if it happens, it happens.
You mean like the exposure coming out at night?
Mm-hmm.
If I were an attorney, I would have a lien on his property for the lawsuit. Well, guys, it's not just Germ. Money's not all in Germ's name or his business name. Could be a partner. Martha said they'll take Brian and Tina's property and use it for whatnot. Is that what Martha said? Martha's not even on the property.
And she's a fucking idiot.
What?
And she's a fucking idiot.
She totally is. She doesn't own that property. It's Jeremy's property, period, the end. It's not her. Now, when it comes to what the hell, that's another big question. Yeah. But that property is not owned by her. It's owned by his business name.
Ooh.
And I hate to say this. He uses that name in the things that he does. He uses it with what the hell. She uses it with what the hell. Yeah, he's not going to get away with it. He is Hang Your Hat Homes. He said so. Sole proprietorship. Yeah, he's also got, if he's got other businesses. He's got him overseas too.
That's where he hides his money.
Some of it. Trust me, guys. There's a money thing going on with him and his girl, his partner. He calls her his partner. There's a money thing there for sure.
It's the only reason why he's there.
Yeah. Only reason why he can accuse her of stealing. Mm-hmm. He thinks nobody knows what's going on. People know. He talks too much. His big ass mouth with his big ass tongue is gonna literally bring his ass down. Money laundering. Oh, he's hiding money. He's been hiding money for years. He's been hiding it ever since before his divorce. Isn't this $1 million home under his name? Not the. It is under his name, and then he went and put it in the trust. But what he doesn't realize is that the trust isn't going to protect him because he was already in the lawsuit. Wow.
Yeah, putting your property in a trust after the lawsuit started.
Yeah, any credit you have before putting your home into a trust can put liens on that property. So that's why he's a fool. He should have learned that from his divorce many years ago, that he can't hide under a business.
When they made his business pay his child support?
Yep.
It's in the court documents.
Stealing thousands of dollars from his children
when
to buy
about 30,000.
30,000, yeah, to buy his home. The one thing that he says the kids are getting. That's still in his business name. All right, who wants to draw? Let's draw. How many we got here? Let's see. How many giveaway? We only have one giveaway. Okay, so we have one giveaway tonight. Entries is 125. Hashtag Ray said beans. Get them in there. We'll do it in 2 minutes. Whoop. 1 minute. It's just for 124. We'll do it at 125. As long as I don't talk over it.
Yes, and at 2 o'clock it becomes 3 o'clock.
Oh, we're going ahead.
Uh-huh.
It's gonna get light. Be light until like 8 o'clock. That's awesome. I love this time of year. Yep. And because he attempted to sue us and bring us into this case, and it's still the same case, just another filing, it actually kind of works with that too. So Jeremy isn't hiding shit. Tina says they have another month and their clocks go back.
Yeah, and the UK goes back at the end of March, not like us in the middle.
But they go forward.
So
right?
our time, no, they do the same thing we do.
Yeah, they go forward. We're going forward.
Yes, they do the same thing we do.
Oh, Italy. May the best peen win. 125. Are we ready to draw? Everybody got their hashtags in? 130. Oh, get them in there. There's a couple added. Ray said peens. Please do away with daylight savings. Hate it. It should always stay the way it's going to be tomorrow.
They should cancel it after they change it this time.
Yeah, I think so. I thought they were going to.
They keep talking about it. And the thing is that it defeats there's no reason for it anymore.
No, there isn't.
Because we have electricity. And farmers have lights on their farms now because we have electricity. So you don't need to change the clocks around to make it where the whole purpose was to affect daylight hours.
Last Sunday of March.
Daylight hours, not obviously not the number of hours in the day because that doesn't change. Daylight hours was the whole point of the daylight savings time. was to maximize having light hours during the working hours.
Right. They talked about it when I was a kid, and I'm 64. Wow. It's a long time.
Yeah, it has been archaic for a very long time. I just saw a
question or something. Oh, 6 months. Yeah, so it goes from March to what, October? Yeah, October, or is it November? I think it's October. It would go back again. The time will change before she hits the draw buttons. 1:31. Yeah, October. Or beginning of November. Okay. Watching night all. Good night, Pebs.
November the 2nd.
November 2nd. Okay.
Is when it'll change again.
I hope not. I hope it stays. No reason to change it. Okay. All right, we ready? We ready? Press button. Okay. Here we go, draw. Suzanne, Peggy, Lori, Nikki, Samurai. Oh my God, Black Widow. Oh, God, Chris, Judith, Kathy, Flario, Francis, Zicket, Bonnie, Debbie. Oh my gosh. Good God, Debbie wins again.
Debbie is not allowed to do any more giveaways ever. Kidding. Just kidding. Debbie, can you play the lottery for me, sweetheart?
Really? Wow.
Can you send me the numbers for the Georgia lottery? Or for the lotteries? Mega Millions and what is the other one?
I just want to know right now. Debbie, in the chat, type her number right now. What's the first number you think of? Actually, give me a 3-digit number. What's the first number you think of? Wow. Congratulations, Debbie. Debbie won the peen contest. I know what she's getting now. It's a crystal. And I wasn't even planning it.
She's getting a crystal peen, isn't she?
I think she might get a crystal peen. My number is 369. There you go. That's the number. Y'all better go play that digital, that 3-digit number. Oh my gosh. Congratulations.
Spade, do you need a rock? I'll send you a damn rock.
Spade needs a rock. I never win any rocks.
I'll send you a rock.
I never win any rocks.
Lisa can't say that. She has an emerald.
I do have an emerald. I do win rocks. Crazy. It's so weird. It's like I know when I'm going to win too. It's like I want that, but I want that. With that $2,700 giveaway thing that Robbie did, I could not believe it because I had just come from winning whatchamacallit, Funko Pops at Guapo's with the same number. I went with the same exact number. And Robbie, he was doing it at that time with the same way he does it now, a number generator. So it wasn't like, it was just an odd number that one of them wrote down. Yeah. By the way, I have completed all 3 of the Beetlejuice Funko Pops. I have the entire collection. Just 3. I did find out, I don't know if Suzanne's here, but I have a Boastful Loki, a Wonder Woman, a Black Manta from Aquaman. I have those 3. I have doubles of those. So those are 3 Funko Pops I know I'm going to be doing. Good night, MZ Mustard. Good night, Ray Bone Crusher.
Good night, Ray Bone Crusher, the man who said peen.
All your witchy goodness. Well, I am good with numbers. I've always, yeah, they can think it because I have a feeling it's true. I really don't do nothing about it. You know what's funny? I will win when I'm not paying attention at all. But when I am paying attention, no. If I sit here knowing the giveaway is coming or whatever and I start typing numbers in, No. But when I'm not paying attention and I see that he's doing something, I just kind of go over to it. That's when I went. Weird. Weird. Weird, weird, weird.
Good night, everybody who's leaving. Ooh, that's going to look so good.
What?
Red and black.
Should we don't have another giveaway. Huh. All right. I was going to do another one. Checked my little toy and found out it's Batman Funko Pop. It was a gift years ago. Who knew? From now on, I identify as Debbie. Diana. That was great. So, let's go out of here.
I don't identify as Debbie. I'm taking over Debbie.
You know what? Let's just do it again. All right, here we go. Another giveaway. Boom! Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? Oh my God! Ray, Blood Cat, Pamela, Stacey, Shelley, White, Indo, Diana, Lana, Spade, Hannah Hammond, Janet Lee. I don't know how to say your last name. I'm sorry. Camille. Janet Lee, you just won the surprise giveaway.
Yeah. EAU is O.
Oh, Como. Cuomo? Not Como. It's Como.
Because, well, at least in Louisiana.
Congratulations, Janet. Let me write that down.
EAU is O. Like in Dido and Thibodeau and stuff like that. EAU is O.
All right, so we got a surprise for Janet.
If
Lee.
you email
Look,
Lisa.
She's a Lee.
If you email Lisa with your
username, YouTube username, and your shipping address, I can get that out to you.
So it's Como.
Como.
COME.
Yeah. Como. All right. Ozzy. Let's see what happens.
I just know that EAU is O. Are you are your peoples from Louisiana? I'm not going to ask you if you're from Louisiana because I don't need to know where you live.
Oi. There you go. I was waiting.
Are your peoples from Louisiana?
Are your peoples? Oh my gosh. Peoples. Oi. That's cool. I like that.
Oh yeah, it's a French thing too.
Cindy.
Yeah, it's a French thing. Which Louisiana is? That's Cajun Creole. Yeah, it's a French thing. EAU is O.
All right.
She only won because she is a Lee.
Could be. But
see, I'm going to do this.
Not my doing. You saw it all scrolling. I can't stop that when I want. It just says draw.
Can you see the corner?
Yes, I can.
You see that red stitching in there?
Uh-huh. Right on.
It's go all the way around.
It's going cool. Yeah. A Lee one, so rigged.
Oh, she's from Canada, so it's your French people. You have French people then.
I like French people.
I
like all people.
I made the keychain. I actually like red and black together, so since I made this pair, I decided I needed to add the tray. Since I got this pair made, I decided I needed to make the other one.
Oh, this one's interesting. Let me show this.
Did you get your email yet?
Me?
Yes, you.
Sorry, I didn't look.
Of course not. You never check it when I send you stuff.
No. Well, I want to show you guys this because I was looking to put up the stuff that I got recently. Now, check this out. Ready? Notice anything in that?
Besides the fact that he changed from one side of the road to the other?
Uh-huh. let's back this up. Okay, so here we have George
on the correct side of the road.
Correct side of the road. Doesn't matter where she is; she can't see over that tin. Okay. And here we have Germ bearing over. Look. Coming to the left side. See where George is? Look where Germ is. Right? Okay, and you notice now, I'm going to play it faster, okay? Watch when he gets, can you see my mouse? You can. All right. Watch when he gets to this area right here. This is where he slows down. And this is where he's trying to get, because when he's over here and he films this way, that's when he sees where the porta potty was. I'm not sure if it's still right where it was, but that's where he gets to see that. And there's like a spot there that he peeks through and he gets on film. Now, the cameras where he's going directly over in front, he can't see that unless the gates are open. So that's what's coming off the Tubetown cameras, okay? Which he seems to think he's legally allowed to have. And I'm sorry, no, they're just pointing out for property. No, you're not. But anyway, so watch where he is. We'll do this again. And watch where he goes towards the reason why he's moving over to the left. Center of the road. Left of the road. Filming. Hand all the way out. Slows up right there. And look, he even moves back towards the center of the road. See that? Tell me it's for accountability, Germ. What are you accounting for? What's that? There's nobody here. This is a 6-foot fence. There is nobody here. What are you filming for accountability?
Actually, with the 10, it's 8 foot, isn't it?
Right. But there's nobody here. What's your accountability issue? Do you think, what is it?
So he does this when they're at market. So like nobody's home.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And he's filming their property.
Yep. Yep. That was this morning.
He films in windows of their home.
Yeah. That's the other thing where he's getting the window. Okay.
Of the child's bedroom.
Of the barn is right here. That's where he's filming it. So if you notice, he's trying to get everything. He's more to he's still not centered there, but he's moving over. Now the gate, put it this way, in this point right here, his truck right now is probably in front of the gate. Right now, you can't see it because this camera is facing the other way. So he's in front of the gate and he's not on the left side of the road because this is when he starts to pull towards the left side. And he goes, right here is where he tries to get the most of his filming. And that's where he gets the barn. And that's where he was talking about seeing inside the barn window. And I'm sorry, that is Harley Grace's bedroom. Creeper. So that is from today. There's another one, but it just has him coming from the other side of the direction. But my point is more on that video anyway. What's this? This is interesting. Remember I said we're not calling it Tubetown anymore. We're calling it Stewtown.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we already got a logo. A SewTube. Why isn't it showing? It should show you guys.
I see it. On YouTube, I see it.
SewTube. Durham and his properties are now called SewTube.
My gloves are right here. I took them off earlier. I was messing with glue.
Uh-oh.
And I didn't want to I was already getting glue where it shouldn't, so I took them off so I didn't get glue all over the gloves that I just took out today. Because I put glue on my last ones, and that's why I had to change them.
What's this one?
Not that I change them out periodically anyway.
I'm trying to see which ones I can show and which ones I can't.
I have an intro and an outro now.
You do?
Uh-huh.
Would you just put it on there today?
Uh-huh. I was literally in my stream when someone sent them to me. They're short. It's short. I'm talking 10 seconds.
Oh, cool.
But it's absolutely everything I need. So,
whoa, hold on.
My intro will be on my stream starting tomorrow.
Oh, this is funny. There we go. So I was trying to make it bigger for you guys to say. But so narcissists are award-winning actors and they greatest pretenders. They are fake, completely and unequivocally fake, right to their core. A narcissist is a great actor that draws from his or her audience to create a reality that is believable or real enough that the audience becomes completely engaged with the story, emotions, beliefs, feelings, or all of it. The audience, in return, believes his character, their fake script, and engages with them. Unfortunately, the reality of it all is that it's only a show and with a bad ending. Interesting. So here's something else. I hope it's in order. Okay. Is this in order? Let me just say. Okay, so it's not. Oops, went too far. All right. So this anonymous participant seems to be doing some type of summaries of our show. So Thursday night, they went over our show. And this is the story from Thursday night, if any of you were here. Lisa Repulsive was at it again, whipping her fans into a frenzy with her latest rant. She claimed that Jeremy knew he didn't own the property in question and that he was probably seething with anger about it. Okay. But Lisa's main focus was on stirring up her fans and creating a sense of urgency and outrage. Were you guys like all urgent and outraged? I didn't see that, but okay. She claimed that Jeremy was stalking her and her supporters and that he was trying to send them all to jail.
No,
did he claim that?
That's what he said.
That's what he said. She also brought up the topic of the feds, claiming that they were going to get called because she had used her YouTube money to buy computer equipment. But it was clear that
wasn't Lisa. That was me that said that.
Yeah. But it was clear that Lisa was just trying to create a sense of drama and importance.
I was actually answering the stupidity that was on the fake Facebook group.
Right.
I'm not Lisa. My name is Tori.
As she continued to rant, Lisa brought up the topic of Grape, claiming that Jeremy had the hots for him. Grape?
Gabe.
Right. She also accused Jeremy of being an addict, claiming that he was addicted to fame and money.
Yep.
Okay. No one is holding Jeremy accountable, she shrieked. I guess I'm having a heart attack over here, guys. But despite her best efforts to create a sense of outrage and urgency, Lisa's fans were starting to see through her antics. They were beginning to realize that she was just trying to stir up drama and attention, and that her claims were baseless and unfounded. As the live stream came to a close, Lisa's fans were left feeling confused and frustrated. They had been whipped into a frenzy, but they were starting to realize that it was all just a show. Lisa Repulsive was just a performer, and her antics were just a way to get what? What?
Where's the rest of the story?
Where's the rest of the story? That's it.
You guys were left confused on Thursday? Were you guys left confused Thursday?
I don't think anybody was left confused Thursday.
I'm confused why someone thinks that we were confused.
I don't know. I don't know. But this person is just loving every minute of it.
Good night, Crimson.
Good night, Crimson. So now they're totally involved in the entire chat and talking about everybody here.
Like as if they know, well, they're trying to say that they know everybody and how everybody felt.
Right. How dare they? This crazy ass person. Who's writing this crap, Shara or Megan, right?
I don't know who thinks that they
Shara shit show. It must be Shara. She's the one that's completely confused.
Who thinks they should have the right to write a novel that everybody would buy?
Christy said, little do they know it's Tori's job to whip us. Oh. All right, what else do we have here? Let's see. Oh, we got some new. Where is Mo here?
Mo.
Let me see. What else is here? I wanted to show something. I got to see what it is first because I have a bunch of different things. Oh.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. You need to go away. You're just a kid.
All right. We'll see what's happening around the book. Let's say.
Hello, Babs.
All right. So this is for Megan and Tug. Did I show these the other night?
No.
I think this was in their chat. And it says, what's the word out of Otter Creek? Has the arrest been made? The confiscation of recording devices? Has the Bigfoot? Yes, this was... All right, so we did this the other night. Bigfoot. Do you remember we have me kissing and hugging Bigfoot? I had an affair with Bigfoot. Yes, I showed these already. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, these are all
confused.
These are all shown right, but what was not... Oh, wait, what is this? Hold on.
I must have been confused that night.
Oh, so people... Okay. The other thing is... I'm not even going to do that. Why bring it up? Anyway, Tad Greaves, which is DJ Raditz, is trying to tell people that Michelle skipped her depot. She didn't have a depot, so he's lying. And he's lying about them being at the flea market and some kind of crap. So is he trying to say he's stalking them at the flea market now?
He's stalking Michelle? I told... Hey, Tats, she's not interested in you. You're following her. You're not going to get any of that. Freakoid.
That goes there. Expectation of privacy. Okay. So I'm not going to wait for Kendra on this one. I don't know if this is in order or not. Hold on. Let me see. Are these two the same? Yes, that's two the same. All right. So I'm just going to show these as I see them. All right. Why is it not letting me? There we go.
Flutter went ice fishing. Did she catch any fishes? She was ice fishing while I was on. She went live during my live, and I pulled hers up and had it on my other screen so I could give her the watch hours, because she's trying to get her watch hours in.
Okay, so there's that picture, right?
Everybody go watch her videos tonight when you go to bed. Yeah.
Okay. Then there's this. Whoever alphabets grifter licked something, whatever is. It says Kendra Lee updated her profile picture. Right?
Is that Kendra?
Hang on. And then it says, I wonder what other kinds of pictures does cousin Kendra have? Cousin Kendra, is it true you are an escort? Woohoo, Lispin Fleesa. I think I found Kendra, and well, she's been working hard for her money. She works hard for her money. So hard for it, honey. She works hard for the money, so you better treat her right. Totally out of tune, but whatever. Kendra Lee, what is it you do for a living again? Question mark. Quit your job as a case manager for special needs children, and that's not what she does. And a private kinder care type school. Well, that's good. I won't want kiddos being exposed to you either. See that? Guys,
I wonder what person that named Kendra Lee they're sitting there putting out information on.
That's not Kendra.
Like I said, I wonder what girl named Kendra Lee are they putting out on that group?
Yeah, these people are absolutely
insane. One person on Earth has that name.
Oh, trust me. We thought when we were younger, we thought Kendra was the only one that had that name. But when you go out to California, there's tons of Kendras. Lots of them. No, my cousin is not an escort. Nope. And that is not her. Dingbats. So they went back as far as, because they were showing like one of the beginning interview type things and that we did on here. And they were listening. I guess that's where they got the works with children thing. That is what she did. She doesn't do that now though. But other than that, him listening to what Kendra said herself on here, this is not Kendra. This is not her account. I don't know who the hell this person is that's saying it, because of course they're not under their normal names.
Of course not. They're chicken shit bastards.
Yeah. Chicken shit. Because you know why? They don't want people exposing their asses. That's why.
They're chicken shits.
Chicken. But Tori, there was something in one of these chats. I'm not going to show it. But I just want you to know John German had your back.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to show it.
Okay.
And I'm only mentioning it because I'm going to end up closing the screen, and that's where it was. So
yep.
If you want, you'll mention it to me later.
Yeah, I know they post my stuff over there.
Well, no, they were just being rude. They were being rude, disrespectful. I know, shocker, right? But they were just being disrespectful.
Uneducated children.
Yeah. So Jeremy believes all the crap these morons say. He loves that they do that because he knows it's all untrue. He knows half of it's contrived. He totally knows, and he doesn't care. Because especially if it's coming from someone else, it's not like he made it up, right?
It's the uneducated leading the uneducated. So, it's like whatever.
Isn't Kendra like our age? She's like 25. Kendra is, yes, but she'll probably hate the fact that I said that. But yes, she is. But I'm older than her. She's been telling me that her whole life.
We're older than her.
She will never let me live it down when I'm older than her.
She's the baby of us three.
Yes, she is.
I'm the oldest. And damn proud of it.
Thank God I'm always the oldest. Where Kendra's concerned, I'm always the oldest. I'm glad you're the oldest now. I'm passing that torch. If you're new to Germ's channel, today's video had no sense whatsoever. No point, no proof, no not at night. Yeah, I'm telling you. The guy he's losing it. Yeah, look at this pole. This pole, look, the camera here is little 12 feet, whatever. First off, whoever's pole it is that your camera? Why aren't you showing where your cameras are, jerk? His cameras are up higher than that. Okay? His cameras focus on one thing. But he doesn't show those cameras, but we got them.
And because there's rules regarding cameras that are more than just how high off the ground they can be. It's also what they're supposed to be filming.
Right. Cameras are for security reasons.
The way that Michelle's are, where they film and you can literally see her property, it is filming across the front of her property.
It's on her fence. It's on her fence line.
It is filming her fence, her property. That is how security cameras are supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, now not only does he have like using people's image and likeness from several different people, he's got now more people he's done it to. So, yeah. Germ's not getting away with any of it. So I'm just letting you know. He's not getting away with any of it. Tori, you're not working tomorrow, right?
What is tomorrow?
Sunday.
Okay.
So when we get off here, I can show you what I've been doing.
Yeah, for a minute.
All right.
I mean, I'm going to work tomorrow, but not the job. Right.
Yep. Germ bid today was reactive. Can't wait for Martha's smile tomorrow. What's going to be a DJ? Let's guess how many times he's going to say walrus or repulsy or something like that. Let's see in the chat. How many times do you think he's going to say it? I'll go back to the chat and see who wins.
Evidently, at the end of his video today, he was
Stop eating or I summon Miyagi. I was a
measuring a fence. He was measuring a fence or something today.
Uh-huh.
At the end of his video.
At the end? Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
That's what Bearded said.
He was measuring the height of the cameras. That's not his camera. That's Brian and Tina's camera. So he says. No, it should never have gotten this far. No. And he's been talking about suing people since he's had YouTube. Wow, look at those numbers. What time is it? Where's the timestamp right now? Not that way. I know to go back to it. Okay. Got it.
Oh, there it is.
I'm writing it down. Now I'm saving my own timestamp. 333. Is Miyagi pissed at me? No, I don't know. Why? Why would she be? I hope not. Why would Miyagi be mad at me? What'd I do? What'd I say? I have no idea. If she is, I don't know. She was in Ray's chat today, and I know that she said she was leaving. It was right after I got there. Maybe she is. I don't know why, though. Miyagi's doing Miyagi. Oh, okay.
Miyagi's making videos.
It's all on their fence line like MP, not pointing at their neighbors.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, she was in here. I don't think so. She had something conclusion that everybody's mad at you there, Lisa. Huh. No, somebody asked if Miyagi was mad at me. I didn't think so. Miyagi for Prime Minister. There you go. I'm just watching Tori.
What?
I'm watching Tori. As for today's video, Tina told him way back then that she had a camera on that post. Did not bother him then. He's got a camera on the other side of that property. Like right where they're standing, you cross the lawn. He's right where the woods are. He's got a camera there. What's the difference? Why is he allowed to have cameras, but nobody else is? Why is he allowed to take film and stuff from his cameras and put it on a YouTube channel for all the world to see, but nobody else can? Really? Does he have his own rules that everybody's supposed to abide by? His rules?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you might be making a video of all the peeps. I missed it. Where is it? Maybe a video of all the peeps that get blocked in my life. Okay.
I got to go to bed. It's 3 o'clock.
Is it 3 o'clock?
Yes, it is.
You got to go to bed?
It went from 1:59 to 3.
Uh-oh. And your voice went out. It did. It went from 1:59 to 3. Dang. We're up late. Tori, I lost you. I can't hear you. Well, I hate to say this. The planet revolves around all of us. Everybody.
See, now in StreamYard, it looks like nobody talked for an hour.
Oh, really?
It went 1:59 a.m., 3 a.m. It looks like everybody, no one typed for an hour.
Tori got left in the past.
Did you go get your box? She's ignoring me. Did you get my box?
No, I did not. But there's a reason. It's a good reason.
I don't want to hear it. She doesn't want her presents from her cousin.
Gabe was gone all day. He was supposed to get it. He was gone all day. Then he had the trailer. Then when he got sick, I forgot all about it. Because I'm
Uh-huh.
blaming Gabe. I'm actually blaming Gabe.
It sits there long enough, they'll send it back to me.
No, it won't be that long. I have to. I can't go get. You have to understand. How big is the box? Sorry, it's not going to fit in the mailbox.
Huh?
How big is the box? I have to catch the actual mail person. That's why.
It's not a huge box.
But it's not going to fit in like a mailbox.
No, it's bigger than a normal mailbox.
Yeah. And that's the problem. She puts this thing in there. I haven't gotten that because I know that's what's there. And I have to catch her. They should. And the thing is she knows to deliver boxes here. But somehow she seems to know there's boxes with crystals. Drop them off. She must know where they're coming from. I don't know. Because those boxes, they say to be dropped off and they get dropped off. But they're not obligated to drop it off at the house, which I think is bullshit. But they're not. So I should just have everything sent to the village's address. So that way I know I'll be there.
I shouldn't use your house address anymore?
If it's Amazon, yeah, because they'll deliver it to the house. But if it's like a regular like post office or UPS will deliver it to the house, but the post office is iffy.
Okay, I need to get your other address then.
Okay.
Because obviously I don't have it.
Our mail lady just throws our boxes down on the ground if it don't fit. Dang.
Yeah, they'd have a problem with me. They start doing that shit.
Jeremy does everything he says everyone else is doing. He must be snorting coke too. I guess he seems to have it down.
And crank and crack. Oh.
And heroin. That's what he's saying that everybody else is doing. So if that's the case, if that's what he's doing, everything he accuses everybody else of doing, he does. So if he's starting to say that kind of stuff, not starting, he's actually been saying it, then that means what? He's doing that too?
I guess.
He sure knows the movements. He sure knows when he opens up and he sees a pipe, he sure knows what it is. How do you know what was in that pipe? How does he know what was in the pipe? It could have been pot. Big deal. Guaranteed Germ's going to be hurting one day and he's going to get prescribed some gummy bears or something with pot in it. Big deal. And he's going to take it if he hasn't already. I'm sure the same will happen with George.
If it hasn't already.
Yeah, I mean, he opens up something white like flour, powder, whatever, sugar, and all of a sudden it's cocaine. This guy's an idiot. He knows how to like make it look like crazy. And why, when he's opening up stuff in storage units, is he bad mouthing? See, this is why he's no longer Google preferred. That's why. He's losing money because of his own mouth, because of his own actions. You know? He lost a lot of people when he did what he did to Guapo. There's a big jump from that time frame downward when he did what he did to Guapo. That was a big mistake.
Yep.
On his part. Now, he didn't air it, of course, but him and Guapo have a lot of the same viewers.
Had,
yeah. I believe George did Coca-Cola before she met him. I don't know. If you look at the accusations he's made, he didn't accuse her of those things in what Guapo showed, but I have a conversation between him and someone else where he actually did accuse her of doing things like that in his home. And that he tried to help her go to a rehab. He was actually telling someone that in a text, and I have that. Yeah. And that was a while ago. I believe that's when George first left him. Oh, because remember when George got there trying to defend that whole thing about him seeing her on a camera with a male? Right? And she goes, that could have been my brother.
Could have been my son or my brother.
Yeah, well, guess what? I have the text that says otherwise of Germ saying what he saw. Yeah. Yeah. He didn't believe it was her brother. He knows what her brother looks like. He knows what they all look like, and he knows what her son looks like. Yeah.
Imagine that.
Yeah. If George was smart, she would walk away from his ass. But apparently she's saying,
not.
yeah. But as you saw, she's staying. She promised him she'd stay till the court's over, but yet he goes and files more lawsuits. Is that how he's going to keep her?
Yep.
Well, I think when George starts seeing after he loses the first one and how people, she's going to lose money, I think she might bow out. Air comes out of Germ's dirty laundry. Good night, Tina. Is Martha's ex-cop that is interesting consider Otter Creek mess? Yeah, so she said she was married to, or her ex-fiance was a cop. And your point is, what's that supposed to mean? He's your ex-fiance, so you didn't marry the guy.
What does that have to do with anything? I know a lot of there's a lot of cops that get busted for doing drugs.
My uncle's a cop. So what? Yes, I have lawyers and police officers. I have lawyers, police officers, firemen in my family. I also have accountants, trademark people, people that work in hospitals, and people that take care of special needs children. What else?
We got the doctors and the nurses and the
landscapers, tree guys. That's all in one kind of. What else we got? I got lots of people in my family do a lot of things. You got what?
Electrician.
Oh, electrician. We put our stuff together. We can do anything.
Yeah,
just pull out pipes.
If I could pull my whole family, we have everything needed to fix the farm. Unfortunately, I don't talk to my family.
Sorry, does off a little bit. Who won the giveaway? Todd, did we put you to sleep?
Debbie. It's all about Debbie.
Debbie won again.
One of them.
And so did Janet Lee. I don't think that was true or organic. Which one? What? I missed what Sylvie said. Hold on. Too far to come now. Vanessa! You are super late. Did your alarm go off when the clock changed? Let's see. What did Sylvie say? Oh, she was saying Jerem showed her so much and she learned so much from him. Yeah, but there was one thing that she didn't say she learned from him. I forget what it was.
Who said that?
George.
Oh, I learned a lot from him too. People are as horrific as my mind can imagine.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. It's 2 nods. It's 2 nods. Yeah. It's funny though, because when he, if we continue to grow our channel at all, I mean, he's sending people. It's either him or Megan. It's one of them are sending people here. They're finding out, and hopefully those are people that have their eyes open to what's going on and really want to see what the truth is.
I'm still getting more people, so yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens. It's like word of mouth, and then like if I go into another chat and I'm talking about it, some people just come from that. I must say it's the first time I don't mind Tori's banging because I see it. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, I guess seeing it would be different. Yeah.
If you came on my channel when I was on, you would see it too.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Too early for bed, 5:40 p.m. Yes. Actually, I can't answer that. I fall asleep at weird times of the day now.
It depends on how much. What time you woke up.
True.
If you woke up at 4:40 p.m., it is too early to go back to sleep. Just in my opinion.
Yeah. I don't know, guys. I can't say anything about what he does or how, why he does.
In the last 7 days, I've had 3 days that I didn't sleep at all.
Really?
Yeah. My insomnia is really bad right now. And I don't know why.
I need to poo, but don't want to miss anything exciting. Okay. Why don't you go do that?
Boring.
If they come to timestamp and find out the truth. You haven't been to sleep yet from yesterday? Oh my goodness. Y'all need to sleep.
It depends when yesterday was for you.
Yeah.
I did sleep a little bit today, this morning. I took a nap.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I said I took a nap this morning.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
Well, that's good. How long? You said nap. So how long was it?
About 4 or 5 hours. About 4 hours.
Well, that's not that bad, but I need 8 hours of sleep. I don't function right if I don't get all those hours.
I never sleep 8 hours in a row. Unless I'm sick.
That's been going on a lot lately. I guess because of how late I'm staying up. And then Gabe gets ready for work, and then something happens during the day I'll have to get up. So I've been getting broken sleep. I've been getting the right amount, but it's broken, and I'm not used to that. But when I sleep like a good solid 7-8 hours, I'm okay. And then I could be up for literally like another 16-17 hours, But if I don't, I'm like yawning and ready to literally knock out. Like I could just put my head on the pillow and go out if I don't. I've noticed that lately. I guess it's a new thing. But I've never been constantly on here every night for a while. It does that. Yeah, I could do it with 6, but I'm good at 8.
No. 4 or 5 hours is actually my norm.
Yeah, Gabe fell asleep early last night, so he was sleeping from 9, and then he woke up at 6. So he got a lot of sleep last night. I woke up to breakfast. And I didn't get my... Huh?
Because that's what he does.
Yeah, he got breakfast. I fell asleep late. I couldn't fall asleep. It was literally like I wasn't overtired, but I was tired of doing what I was doing, so I went to lay down. But once I lay down, I couldn't go to sleep. And finally, I nodded out for a little bit, and then he brought breakfast, so I woke up. So I ended up eating breakfast before falling asleep. It's weird. He sounds like a good dude. Hey, can I move in next week? Well said at Lori Ellison. Uh-oh. Here it comes. As soon as I start to yawn the first time, that means all right. Speaking of sleep. There it is. There's Bruce, the link for Bruce's invoices. This one is to help with the invoice for Jeremy's depot. It's funny, when people take on pro bono cases and you're going to criticize them for that, for actually getting funds for covering costs.
It's not for his time.
Yeah, it's not for his time, but he can wait till the case is over and you have to pay all that. That's fine. Hopefully it will be reimbursed for the costs, So I guess that's what would happen if he loses and they win, costs. Because Jerem's going to have to pay that. So Yeah, I'm pretty sure with all the with the threats of lawsuits, the lawsuit he tried to add people to, this one, the lawsuits he's had, the lawsuits he's filed against 10, possibly 11 people, I'm pretty sure someone's going to bring up the fact that he's a vexatious litigant. I'm pretty sure, which means, he's going to have an issue filing any more lawsuits, and it serves him right. He won't be able to threaten people with it anymore. And we've got plenty of proof of him making those threats. This is why I say, guys, he should just go back to doing his freaking storage units, keeping his mouth shut about, slandering and defaming people, and just do his storage units the way he used to do them. With no hatred whatsoever in his voice. And maybe he'll get his viewership back. Maybe he'll get more subs that he doesn't have to pay for. Maybe he'll get more views. Maybe he can even get Google Preferred back. I'm not sure if you have it and you lose it, if you can get it back, but I don't know. I never even attempted to get it. They don't actually use certain channels. And at the time, we were just, as we started with the crystals and talking celebrity stuff, basically, the same thing we're doing now. We didn't really change. I have less crystals now, and Kendra's not here at the moment, but she's been going through a very long health situation. So, and she wasn't feeling good yesterday, guys. So prayers work. If y'all can help, send prayers away still. It's an ongoing thing with her right now. But she felt better today, which is good. That's why I actually thought she might come in. I think it would be like with his ex, he will be homeless before he pays anything. Well, he's got plenty of properties. That's why I laugh when I say certain things. I'm like, how can you actually sit there and say they doxed your address and all this stuff? You are a landlord. You have properties. It's totally public information. You brag about it all the time on your channel. It's like, how can you even say that? You're such a liar. Such a liar. He lives a life filled with hate. He must be miserable. Yeah, well, misery loves company.
And that's why she's there.
Yeah. Yep. Anyway, and he's dragging his minions down too. And so basically, Megan can be liable for talking about Germ. Don't piss him off, Megan. Looks like you're gonna have to speculate a whole ton more for Germ. You're trapped. Because he will slam you if you don't do what he wants you to do. They'll stop him from filing any more lawsuits. Google JLR investigates a YouTuber with the world record of filing lawsuits who's not allowed to do anymore. A world record of filing lawsuits? Jeez. Thank you, Tammy.
Wow, they have
Good night
that.
to your life. When all of this is done, I don't think Jerem will be getting back the viewers he lost when started doing all the bullshit he's done.
Oh, no, there's some of people that would never go back, like me.
Yeah, I will never go back, but he'll get new ones.
Absolutely nothing that he can put on his channel at this point that would have me watching him again.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to watch.
Or subbing to him.
Yeah. Are we all breaking the PO by talking about him in chat? No, but y'all could be sued because when people don't like him, he sues them.
Yeah, according to him, he can hold you all liable.
Yeah.
For your thoughts and opinions.
Yeah. But he's allowed to have them. It's free speech. Remember, he was fighting for you all to have free speech. It's not just his free speech. It was all of yours, remember? They'll continue about it. Yeah. He sat there bragging about the Grangers and how they're living the life like he wants to live and stuff like that. And so my brain, I saw Kim Chad said he will continue to buy them. He was, because he will, because he wants that million. He wants that freaking plaque. And apparently he's been saying for a long time he doesn't need YouTube. Well, yeah, he does. And
he lives.
Yeah. And Crap, I better hide my millions. But yeah, so if he quits YouTube, he quits YouTube, you know?
Then he has to go find a real job.
Yeah. You know? Why don't you go back to being that landlord that you were so much, you know? And then George can finally be free of your ass. And it won't be legit. Well, as long as he's not hurting people. Then again, if it's not legit, he's hurting someone. I don't know. All I know is I want him to stop hurting people on, you know, YouTube. You know, his neighbors. If he leaves Cedar Key and we never hear from him again, that'd be a fabulous thing. But I know he's going to do it to somebody else.
Yep.
Matza doesn't want to work.
Nope.
Oh. She seems to be lifting boxes and stuff, but then says she has problems with her neck and her back. And, you know, because of her situation, she doesn't remember things. And how is she a witness for you? How does she seem to be talking about events that only Germ was at and she wasn't, and she's talking about it as if she was there? I don't get it. And she's got a bad memory.
Yeah, I was going to say, and yet she has a very bad memory because of her cancer treatments.
Yeah. You know, which who knows at what point she actually had it. I don't know. It's messed up to sit there and do that. You know.
What, claim something that's not true?
Yeah. Like a situation like that. Now, she definitely did have it. But having it every time she leaves Jeremy, that's twice now that he did that. When she left him, talked about her illness. And he used it online.
Yep.
You know, and then people felt bad and people started sending him things and stuff like that and sending her things. Like, wow. That's wrong. That's almost like coming up with the fact that she had cancer and never did at all. You know what I mean? It's almost just as bad.
Yep.
Oh. You know, saying she has doctor's appointments or saying like she's got cancer again is there's two totally different things, man.
Implying that she has cancer.
Yeah. Implying, correct.
Because he didn't come out and say it.
No, he implied it. How does Martha have any credibility? Her mental health has been compromised, she says. Yeah, that's why, like, what good is she going to be in court for him? She's not good at filing or researching. We know that. She's not good at putting his stuff together as far as, you know, all his documents and stuff for court because, you know, he's blamed her and Deanna in his depot for that.
They edit them. They edit documents for court, and you're not supposed to do that. Evidence for court cannot be edited.
Yeah, and then she's trying to sit there and make like, what is this post you put up? Cut and paste? Yes, it is. I obviously took two posts, put them together, and put wording over it. Does it take a genius to figure that out, you dope? But you edited a screenshot and then filed it as evidence in a court case. That's like perjury. It's lying. You know, this thing here, this where the hell did it go? This statement made in the court for the protection order is a lie. That's perjury.
It's as truthful as those screenshots.
Yep. That's filed in a court of law. That is perjury. Why? Because you lied. I am going to take this and I am going to put this with every piece of evidence showing where he's lying and pointing it at it literally on a document where the judge can see it and show the truth. And when I say pointing, I'm talking about a file, like a gay bashing video that he omits in here by trying to make it look like they've done something wrong when he's the one who was attacking and threatening and trying to egg on to come out and fight him. That was Jeremy that did that.
Mm-hmm.
And if it happened the other way around, where is your video proving that, Mr. Cameraman? Why is it all the things you accuse you don't actually have video of? You have some kind of video, but it's never what you say it is. Just like Travis, who turns the camera off, tries to trip John, and turns it back on. But says he's got it.
He ain't got nothing but a pack of lies.
Telling you. This, I am so using this protection order to my fullest advantage. And every paragraph, there's so much shit written
and a
here.
bunch of people who are too gullible to use their own damn brain.
Yeah. You know, you want to create a show on your YouTube channel, you go right ahead and do it, Jerm. You want to lie and, you know, think you're some kind of Kardashian or something like that, you go right ahead and do so. But when you start filing these lies and this bullshit into a federal court or a case to ruin someone's life just for your content, it's going to come back and bite you in the ass. And I'm telling you right now, that protection order is going to be given to the judge with your freaking statement, with the freaking truth, with the videos to prove that you're lying and you lied. That's perjury. Falsifying evidence. That you also use that thing as a weapon. That's trouble right there too.
Ooh.
Jerm doesn't know the law.
Oh no! My brain just went off into a tangent of what I need. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And every one of them, they all get summaries, and there's all videos attached to each summary, proving everything that we're saying. So, good luck, peeps. Minions aren't really special. No, the yellow little ones on, the Despicable Me's, we love those. Those minions are good. Actually, they do a lot of what's his face's dirty work, don't they? The minions, as funny as they are, they do all the dirty work.
They don't have brains either.
Mm-hmm.
They just
I feel urgently outraged, maybe.
What? Oh. But have we left you confused?
I guess so. She can't tell if she's urgently outraged or not. Maybe. Joe's gonna look good for the first time in his mug shots. I'm telling you, banana. That will never be posted because it never happened with Travis supposedly being tripped by John, which didn't happen. No. Travis tried to trip John.
Yep.
The only good thing is that Otter Creek is such a small town by now, everyone knows he took the memorial down. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And he's pissed off that they got caught. Because he probably did it on purpose at that time of the night thinking nobody knew nothing. Well, guess what? Those cameras are security cameras along the property line. And those cameras, the footage from it, are owned. The footage, all the camera footage is owned by someone who owns those security cameras. And they could do whatever the hell they want to do with it. You know how I know that? I asked the sheriff. They could do whatever they want to do with it. You can play that video all day long, over and over and over again. And I wasn't the only one who asked the sheriff. But
you know what would be funny?
What?
Everybody that's in Otter Creek put all their security camera on one website.
It would be funny. Then Jeremy's plan of going around town and filming everybody as he drives around, he's going to get caught, not just at Michelle's house, at everybody's house. What was really funny in the video I showed tonight of her George driving in front and then Jerem is, did you notice how slow George was going? George speeds by Michelle's house. She doesn't go that slow. She was only going that slow because Jeremy was behind her. And don't forget Travis looking inside the hole from the post and doing a second look and going, huh? I bet he saw the property marker. I didn't even see that video because I know Travis doesn't know what he's talking about. Travis is an ass. He's a little knucklehead. He doesn't care about his family's feelings, and it's all about German money, and that's a shame. That's a shame, and it's been since day one that Travis stepped on board and came onto Jeremy's property and did work. He's the one that helped turn the finger around. Day one. And Jeremy knew how sick it was because Jeremy made like this big scoop, and guess who's going to help us? None other than one of their relatives, Travis. And he did it anyway. Travis said originally they were blaming him for doing it. They were blaming him for stealing the memorial. Travis did not steal the memorial. Jeremy did. He's seen on camera doing it. The only reason Travis was mentioned is because in the dark images, they thought it was a black truck. Okay. And they thought it was a black truck with a dually, and that's what Travis has. And so that's how Travis was mentioned. But the other videos showed it was not Travis. So it is in his video the day after it was removed. It's in the very beginning. Yeah. I know that you know the rest of the world knows that he's telling you when he's saying on his video he's a liar, just like that's wrong. Fasters has a price, a small-minded knuckle dragger. Well, you know what? I just don't know what he thinks he's gonna get out of this little like mini type. What is he even calling it? Amusement park or something? Like, oh, so much that it doesn't even do enough there because no one's even gotten in the gate across the street from Michelle's property because he doesn't have insurance. So he's going to invite people to a corner lot now. He's going to keep both of them there, and it's not fenced in. He's got a boxing ring there that if anybody goes on that, like there's kids going by or something like that, and they start playing on that ring when Travis isn't around, get hurt, guess who's getting sued? The owner of the property. Yes. Does the owner of the property know that?
Why no excuse.
Yeah, why does he have two properties with this stupid ass junk on it?
He likes junk.
Nobody's there. Yeah, no, but nobody's there playing games. It's not an amusement. Like there's nothing there.
I think he likes the junk.
I think he's just using it to make content.
He needs a place to hang out for his hobnobber.
That could be true. Sure can't bring her home. I think you have some minion pics in your email. I have minion pics in my email.
Maybe you should check her email and see the things I sent her.
I can't look at everybody's email at once. Hold on. Wow. Okay, hold on. Okay. Oh. I see it now. Hold on. Oh my God.
Keep looking. If you're looking at my email.
I am looking at your email.
Uh-huh.
I could write a line.
What was it, Lisa?
It was a lion.
I know. Told you there would be one there for you.
They were a unicorn.
I know. Diana and I saw that and we want one.
I
told you. Now you want one, don't you?
Can I tell you something? All right. So you see that lion? You saw that lion in there, right?
Uh-huh.
That is the size of the lion and how real that lion I told you my father got me looked. That's how real it looked. That lion looks real.
Yeah, it's AI generated.
I know, but that lion looks real, and I literally had one that size. My lion, it was stuffed, but looked exactly like that. That's how real it looked. That's AI generated, so that scooter's not real?
Yeah, no, that scooter's not real.
Are you joking? Now you just like completely, you just crushed me.
If you look at some of them, you can actually see the animals move. Because, yeah, now we got to find a company to make them.
Right? Wow. That is cool, though. Oh my goodness. Okay. Is Janet still here? The subject of Janet's email is funny. She goes, Ray said Peens winner. Sorry, I had to share. It looked so funny. Hashtag Ray said Peens winner.
He did.
Yes, he did. He did.
Alrighty then.
Whoa.
Yay. I got another one finished.
This guy, JLR, has sued over 4,000 companies and individuals and holds the world record for the largest amount of lawsuits filed, including suits against his mother, George W. Bush, Bill Gates, and Pope Benedict the 16th. Wow. That's crazy. The most litigious individual in the world. He sued Guinness World Records for featuring his personal life without permission.
Looky.
Wow. That reminds me of all the people, like when COVID happened, there was people like filing lawsuits against everybody in the government, like crazy lawsuits that are still ongoing. Oh, that's funny. I can't show that though. Oh, that's funny. Why is it that these AI shots of Martha, they really look like her? Like her face fits perfectly with them. And this one Conky's does too. Who was that? That's Radass. That's funny. All right, wait, I guess I can't. Hold on. Let me.
So now I have two of them.
They look like they could be mugshots, actually. Looking for. Have you seen this person? All right, we're gonna do it. They're saying this is Kendra. Yeah, no, that's not Kendra. That is not Kendra. Kendra looks nothing like that. Oh my gosh, that's funny.
If somebody would want a purple one, I would make it. I have a whole purple set that I made. I have a whole purple bathroom set that I made.
Yes, I saw it. It's awesome.
It has 5 different containers to put stuff in, and it has a tray that holds them all. You did say breadboard.
Huh. See, you made me look at my emails. Now we got that air.
Thank you. What was I thinking? Tammy, I love everything purple too. And I would be happy to for you to commission one of these in purple and black. And I would be happy to make it.
I think I asked you for her email. Please fast.
Germ is purple watching right now. Or Germ is purple watching right now.
He's purple. He's some kind of something. I could be flying in the sky. Let's see. Okay. Tina, if you're still in here, I just sent you an email.
Which Tina?
Aussie Tina, I think. Hold on. Yes.
Oh, purple and bulgy veins.
Oh, those kind of veins.
Yep. So these are for sale, by the way.
King Paco actually sent me something as far as using Stream Deck. So that works. 1 second. Okay. I also have some. Yeah, I have to look at these later because it's. Um, okay. All right, yeah, I'll look at these later because it's taking up. He's feeling urgently outraged. Titles with the hills. Where was the memorial or something like that? For what? Is that for Travis's video? Okay. I thought it was Travis's. It said what the hell's in the beginning of it because he has to make money off what the hell's all the time.
Oh yeah, he has to put what the hell's on everything.
Did you get it? I mean, yeah. Did you get it?
Did who get what?
Tina, get her email. Said in the comments section of his channel that he was leasing.
I like that.
He was leasing the new property with option to buy because he didn't have the money to buy it.
Well, that's because it's like $40,000 over market value.
Yeah. All right, cool, Tina. Yeah, she wants crazy money for that property.
She wants somewhere between $35,000 and $40,000 over what it's worth.
Over what it's worth, yeah. And right now it's zoned residential. And he's literally putting a business on it. That isn't even a business.
It's it's just a dump.
It is. So now, not only did it...
I mean, think about the size of it. It's just a dump.
Yeah. So there's a video that Thomas Collins did, and it shows all the cameras that were at Tubetown, and there was one there that's missing. The one that's missing is now on the corner of the property of Tubetown too.
Yeah, that way they can see when Michelle leaves.
Yeah. So they've got her property from all angles, and they also have from behind her. That's supposed to be secret, though. No one's supposed to know about that. Wonder how we found out about it. Ooh. Timestamp. Someone's squealing on Germ. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No. It's under an acre, so it's dumb. It's 0.3 acres. And it's oddly shaped. But either way, it's still way more money than... I mean, it's corner property, so you got to give a little there, but it's still way more money. And it's not really worth it unless you're going to do something that's going to give you a good profit from that. And he's not... What is he? Hot dogs? When he's got 2 stores?
But there's no place for everyone to park.
Yeah. There's no parking there. They can't park on 24. If he wants to go make, sell hot dogs, then why don't he just go and stand on a corner? It will cost him less money than, renting that property. I don't get it. All the money, they're all joining YouTube and all that stuff, and they can't buy new cameras. They can't buy more high-tech 3D cameras. I mean, what the F, man? Well, I tell you what, if Travis is claiming he's not making any money off his YouTube channel with the views that he's getting, I don't know about that. But Germ is making money. Time to go get an injury at good YouTube channel. Honestly, I wouldn't even suggest that. Who knows if there's he said he's gonna get electric on there or something like that. I don't know. People say things and then you don't even know what to believe anymore because it's for content. So how is it true? I guess
wouldn't he have to have a some kind of septic there, like toilet, if he's going to run a business there?
I'm not sure if they'd require him to have one, If it was like, yeah, I'm not sure. That I'm not sure. He can't sell hot dogs without a certificate. Yeah, he has to get. He would have to have some type of vendor's license for that. He'd have to have insurance, and he'd have the property. He'd have to have. There's quite a few things he has to have. It's not going to be easy for him to do that. And what is he going to do? Leave Tube Town 1.0 trashy like that? Huh. Not going to happen. It's not. But you know what? He'll beg.
Actually, to open a hot dog stand there, he is going to have something because he's going to have a way to clean up. He has to have running water.
Mm-hmm. Running water. Yeah, I wouldn't. Mm-mm. He needs a food safety certificate. Yep. He can't make a decent video.
Which you have to have water for.
Bathroom, whether it's a regular bathroom. Well, it all depends. Like if he's got like a hot dog stand, he doesn't need a bathroom. Uncovered by the cottage laws, he wouldn't be. He's gonna have to buy a good computer or something, a food trailer that is running. Well, here's the thing. You have a really, really small town, right? This property is off the main road. It's not going to be seen from the main road. Like 24, I guess, is a main road in town, but it's not going to be seen off 19, which is the main road that goes from, any other city in in the area, right? It's a highway. And right there, you have Purcell's, and you also have the Trading Post, and both of them have food. So he's not going to, I don't know what he thinks he's going to get out of that. And if he thinks he's going to, that would, let's just say it did good or something like that, it would hurt their business. So you think they're going to be happy about it? I don't know. But, people are kind, people are great, people wish people luck, but still, it's not a real good spot for him to be doing that. What's he going to get? The people that drive by to go in the mailbox and get a toy and sign a guest book so they feel like they're part of his channel? Those people to get hot dogs? Well, kudos to you. What are you going to do with the rest of the hot dogs you got go bad? You have to throw them out and get more. Oh. Not even Deanna wants Travis's hot dogs. Well, she did. Not once, twice. I thought it was on the corner of the highway. No.
He has to have at least a commissary where he can get potable water.
Yeah. He's got here, I'll do this. I'll show you that.
Wastewater and solid waste.
This is public records. I'm going to pull it up.
And where he can do cleaning and sanitizing.
Whoops. There is there. Okay, let me get them up.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff you got to have. They revealed the
regarding the death of actor Gene Hackman and his wife.
What happened? Oh, I thought that was me because I was clicking on something. Like, what did I hit?
I thought it was going to be a news article, and it was a video.
Oh, yeah. Can you believe that? So his wife passed before him. Oh, like a week before him. 7 days later, Gene's pacemaker stopped. And I think he lasted like another day. His pacemaker stopped on the 17th, and they had his death date or time of death the 18th. But his wife was dead on the 11th, and she had just come back from the dog had something wrong with it, so or surgery or something happened. That's why the dog was in the cage, and she passed away from a disease, a rare disease that's caused by mice or mouse droppings or something to that relevance. Yeah, it's weird. All right, here we go. All right, can y'all see that? Let me wait and see. Hantavirus or something. Yeah, I forget what it was. Rats or mice, yeah. Why doesn't it take it?
Yeah,
Oh, wow. We can wait a
hantavirus.
lot.
It's a respiratory illness transmitted by infected rodents.
All right, so this right here, if y'all can see that, that's the property that 2.0 is on. So you come over here. This right here is Michelle and John's property. Okay. This is Otter Creek Avenue. Germ is all over here. Okay. Tubetown 1.0 is like right here somewhere. It's like right there because this is, hold on. All right. You would think it's right there. But this is, okay. So this is the property. This is Brian and Tina's. This is Germs. Damn it. This is Germs. This line right here is where the memorial, this is where the memorial is, right there. Okay. On this side is where the finger was, right here. Somewhere over here. Okay. But you have, whoops.
I'm wondering if she went to go get her meds for it.
For what?
For the hantavirus.
Oh. But this is Travis's property, or the property Tubetown 2.0 was on. Okay. This is 24. Okay. You come here. This is the highway. Okay. This goes to Chiefland. See, when I come from this way. And I go like that. So this is the way I come. But this goes to Chiefland, Cedar Key, that way. You have Herschel's right here. Okay. And then the trading post is right here, I believe. I'm not sure. That's the post office. Okay, it's after the post office, so that would be the trading post. I have not seen the trading post open, so. But anyway, so this is Highway 19. This is like a main highway, okay? And this is 24. So you have like Zim's RV park is right here. This is where Christmas in the Creek was. And then you have right here, that's where Travis is doing the new Tubetown thing. This is the block that everybody's on, all the neighbors. This is Germ trying to take over everything. Here's Michelle's property. And then right here, whoops, I double clicked it. Let me zoom out. No, out. Damn it. There's a schoolhouse. So again, road 24 all the way to 19. It's that area here. And when you saw me driving, what I did was I pulled out of Michelle's property. I came down this road, went this way, came down here, turned around, and went back to Michelle's property. That's what you saw in my live. That's it. That's Otter Creek. Let me see. Why is it moving? Whoa. Like Otter Creek is just like, this is it, guys. You know, this is it. It's not big. It's not big at all.
Well, the parts of it where people are actually.
Right. This is where people are actually like living. There's a lot of like small FEMA land, like stuff. Like Germ has a whole bunch of FEMA stuff in there.
Wait, what?
What?
It says my package is on the way, but it said that it was expected February 21st.
What? What package?
I don't know. A package that arrived in Atlanta, and was in Atlanta on the 20th of February. And then on the 23rd, it said it was moved to the next facility. And now
Coming to you?
9th.
It's coming to you?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's been coming to me for the last several weeks.
Wow. Where's it from?
I don't know.
You don't have to say.
It only gives me the information picked up at in Atlanta.
Huh. Someone's sending you something. Those WhatsApp could be a scam. It could be a scam. Tori, very careful. Lisa, it could be a scam. It could be a scam. Be careful. What? What could be a scam? The hantavirus can cause sudden drops in blood pressure. Maybe she was taking meds and collapsed. I suspect that he went out without his medication for his heart condition and ended up dying from that. Yeah, it's possible. Sad.
I did, and I replied to it, Tammy.
Well, guys, it is definitely now 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock for everybody.
4 a.m.
Yeah. So we are going to call it a night. And you're going live tomorrow night, right? Yeah.
I plan on going live tomorrow.
You plan on it?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Y'all know I'll be here because Sunday's drama.
And I have a few things I'm going to show for sale. These two tray sets are going to be for sale, and I have some bags I want to get just put up for sale.
Right on. Sorry, I thought you said you were going to do that today.
Yeah, and I didn't.
Gotcha.
One of them has puzzle pieces on it.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Cool. Very cool. We'll get to see them tomorrow.
Yep.
5:30?
Yeah, by then. I might be on earlier than that, but at least by then.
Alrighty, cool. So Tori will be live tomorrow. I'll be live tomorrow night. Guys, thank you so much. Mods, thank you so much too. You guys are all awesome. So much fun. I hope you had fun with the giveaways and stuff. And Bruce coming on. Thanks, Bruce. Prayers for Kendra. Prayers for everybody who needs them. And I had a hiccup. We'll be back tomorrow night, guys. It's a holiday here tomorrow. No work. Whoop, whoop. Cool. Very cool.
Wait, it's a holiday where?
Nikki's saying there's a holiday there.
I want a holiday.
Hooligans holiday. Holiday.
I want a holiday.
I want a holiday. Prayers out, I need him as well. Sure. Some prayers to bearded fishermen. Everybody, if you need prayers, you got them. Prayers up.
I think my next day off for a holiday is 4th of July.
Really? Not even like Memorial Day or my birthday or?
Your birthday is not a holiday. When is Memorial Day?
Sure it is. May. End of May.
Okay, I might be off that day.
Easter? Well, Easter's always a Sunday.
Easter is on a Sunday, and we do not get off Good Friday or Easter Monday.
Yeah. St. Patrick's Day? No.
The good news is 4th of July is on a Friday, so I get a 3-day weekend.
Sweet. Sweet.
I hate when it's off during the week. I love Mondays or Fridays. I hate when it's on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, because then I still have to work the other days.
Trying to see what my birthday falls on this year, because every year it's been a Tuesday or a Thursday, which is one of our, nights we always went live, although we go live a lot more these days.
I can't remember what my birthday is.
You can't remember when my birthday is?
Yeah.
It's a Friday this year. Okay. So we're and Robbie's live, so I will not be live on my birthday this year. Wow. First time in a long time. First time since we started going live that I've been not live for my birthday. I might have to go live in the afternoon. Yep. The girls got it. Tori don't know it, but some people do. Tori should be saying, I know it's the 16th of something. She's not paying attention. She's talking to somebody on a phone. I see you.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
I
know,
asked my grandchildren for something and they ignored me.
Oh.
So I said, I'm going to go treat myself to something tomorrow and forget that I have any other children and I have any children living in this house.
Oh, cool, Tina. That'd be fun.
Because that's what I do. I'm a biche.
You're a biche.
You're a June baby, aren't you?
Nope.
Why are you not a June baby?
Because I'm not a June baby.
I can go look at your channel and see when your first live was.
You can also look at the chat. Everybody else has it.
Yes, they're still awake, Christine. At least they were when I asked them for something.
You're right. You're right, Flutter. Kendra is a June baby. I may. So is Gabe. There, Kimberly's got it. Lisa's cruise ship holiday. Holiday. Now you're gonna make me do that every time.
Now I'm gonna have to put it in my phone.
So Tori, do I get sung happy birthday every day in the month of May? Don't.
Like Robbie sings it.
Oh, you're gonna make Robbie do it?
I'm gonna
That's not fun.
I'm gonna tell him you have to come on my channel or come on here and sing it to you every day in the month during the month.
Oh my god. It's okay. Which point I saw you picking us up? Right? But that's what we should do. We should take a cruise to Australia. Can we do that? How long would it take?
I lied. You are in my phone.
I am. See?
You're on my calendar. I could show you right now.
Okay, Kim.
You want to
Lana
see?
loves how Robbie does it.
You want to see? See? Look.
Oh, cool. AKA Tulies.
Yep. Ooh, Memorial Day is the 26th. I might be off work that day.
Didn't it used to be like the 31st? Like the very end?
I think it depends what I think it's the last Monday of the month.
Okay.
Kind of like, it's like one of those things like Thanksgiving is always.
Oh, it's my ship. I could take it anywhere. Well, it's funny. You guys started this with like John and everything. All of a sudden, now it's my ship.
Yeah, because you're rich, you're wealthy, and you're buying it. Remember?
Right. So we're gonna call it the cruise to nowhere, and we'll just go everywhere.
You're buying the boat. You said so.
I did. I'll buy the boat. I'm rich. You know, this is all fictitious, right? Because like.
What? You're rich.
I'm not rich. I'm rich.
You're supposed to be rich and buying a boat.
No, I know.
For a ride. What is up?
We can go on my yacht. Okay. Well, I don't know how long you think it'll take us to cruise around the world. We got to go to Australia. We got to go to. Even though I don't really want to, because there's a bad taste in my mouth here, but Terry, we will come get you in the Netherlands. Somehow, some way. Then we gotta go to New Zealand.
You got internet?
You can, yeah, why?
You got internet on the boat, I can go. Because I can work from anywhere there's internet.
Well, I'm sure there's gonna be some spots where you won't be able to catch that. I'm leaving. I'm urgently outraged now. Why? Lori will pick you up too. Peculiar, why are you mad? We'll pick you up too. We could take our time. Sure. Yeah. We have nothing, you know. hey, once this is all over, there's nothing we all got to worry about. We're all going to be taken care of.
I mean, it's going to be a cruise ship, so it can fit 500 and something people.
Yeah. Now, we're going to have to try and weed out the trolls because we know they're going to try and get in. You know what I mean? They'll be scalping tickets outside and everything. Timestamp Lisa's cruise liner itinerary. Yeah. So they,
you have to use the little boats to get people and move them.
Yeah.
To where the big docks are.
The little boats. This is so funny. The tugboats. Like, oh, I forgot to tell y'all. Gabe's getting chickens.
He's getting chickens?
He's getting chickens. We're getting chickens.
Really?
Yes, we're getting chickens.
You can have chickens?
Well, this is what's going to happen. We are going to get chickies, and we're going to raise them for 3-4 months, and then we're bringing them over to Robbie's. And he gets to have the chickens. We get our eggs, and he gets eggs and whatever. Happy everybody.
Yeah, I really thought about asking some of the neighbors if they would be interested in doing some farming together. Such as getting chickens.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And I'm willing to build a pen across my backyard because I would want it totally enclosed so nothing could get to them.
Right.
But when I'm not here, I would have to have someone come take care of them.
Right. Well, we're just going to keep them here. We're going to raise them here, for the beginnings. And then we're going to bring them over to Robbie's. And I was talking to somebody about them. And I can't have them here.
In the yard.
Yeah, I can't have them here in the yard. And put it this way. We thought of doing it. If not, they're just going to go to Robbie's. Okay. But we're going to get them. And it was really funny because I was talking to Robbie to see if he'd be into it. Right. And then I told Gabe, I said, well, let me talk to Gabe. And I said, how funny would this be, Gabe, with the chickens? So Gabe comes out and I said, Gabe, we're going to get chickens. We're getting chickens. He goes, what? I go, we're getting chickens. And he goes, oh man, did I come out here about the chickens again? He thought he was sleep talking the night before. That's what he thought it was about. I said, no, we're really getting chickens. And he's like, what? And then he's like, man, they could be a pain in the ass, blah, 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 blah. And then I explained the whole thing to him.
It's like,
he's
dude,
like,
you just have to go over there every day, throw feed at them, and harvest the eggs.
Well, Robbie's got a feeder.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And Robbie's actually doing something with the chickens that he's going to have there. So, and then I said, I'm buying you a turkey. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm probably not allowed to have the chickens here. So they're not going to.
I'm pretty sure that you're going to be out. Yeah. That's outside of farming area.
No, they're going to go to Robbie.
I
think you might stay here when I first get them for a day or two, but yeah.
But see, I'm thinking community gardening.
Mm-hmm.
Like different people grow different things in their yard, and we swap it off.
Right. Why not? I was literally going to buy eggs, and it was $8.92 a carton now. Oh, not carton, but a dozen eggs. $8.92. I was like, wow. I'm like, this is crazy. And I was talking to someone about it, and I was just asking a whole bunch of questions. I was like, I want chickies. 9
Chins, I just enjoy watching you be here and chat because that means you had. I didn't think you had any problems. My gut told me that you survived the.
I just read what he said.
Yes,
my God.
I have both. I have tote bags and purses.
$29 for a box of 60 eggs. Holy crap. See, that's crazy to me.
Sometimes I get leather, and it's not big pieces, it's small pieces. Early on, I did this a lot, and I see it, and it's like, I know what I need to make, and I make a bag out of it. And so, yeah. So I just have some stuff sitting here that's doing nothing. So might as well dust them off and sell them.
Nikki pays $5 for a dozen. Yeah, like I remember it being like $4. You know?
Why did you have to buy 3 boxes of eggs? Why did you need 180 eggs?
Uh-huh.
I guess technically you could cook them and freeze them. You can boil and freeze. Boil, chop, and freeze for later use. You can actually take eggs, crack them, and freeze them.
$12 for 2 dozen. Over 2 dozen. 30 eggs.
Yeah, you can freeze raw egg. Oh.
I'm going to hold out for those. I love bags. Right on. Get eggs from work.
And I do payment plans, people, because I don't expect everybody to have all the money all the time.
Anyway, so that is the thing that we were talking about doing. I might have some chickies here like overnight or something, and they're going to go to Robbie's. But, yeah, they're cute. I'm just having fun with my Gecky, my Juju.
Well, I'm thinking about getting some containers, small containers, cracking eggs and put them in the containers and then freezing them. And then once they're frozen, put them in like a Ziploc or airtight container, dumping them in there like you would ice.
Right.
And then freezing them like that, because you can freeze raw eggs.
Huh. I've never frozen eggs like that before.
My mom would, because she was a single person.
Right.
And she would buy like 18 eggs at a time because it cost efficient.
Right.
But she didn't eat eggs that often. So she would freeze them. She would do the same thing. She would buy a 3-pound bag of onions, or she would buy a thing of celery and stuff, like everything like that. She would chop it up and freeze it, and then freeze it. And then she would take it out and break off what she needed for her cooking.
I was asking what color like the yolks come out and stuff, because I'm just used to buying the eggs from the store.
Huh.
And
I've never frozen them in the shell, but of course I used to freeze them for camping. We would freeze, like we would take a breakfast worth of eggs and put them in Ziploc bags and freeze them. If we were going camping for like a week, because they would keep better in the cooler.
Oh my gosh, my eyes are burning.
Double yolkers, yummy.
Alrighty, guys, we were heading out. See what happens. We get on a subject
and talk about stuff.
I know.
But you know what I did today?
What? See?
Because
okay, what? Are you talking because your hand's moving? I can't hear you. Sorry, I can't hear. Yes, I hear you now.
Marcia didn't come on today because she had a migraine. And so she told me up front, she says, if you go on today, I don't know if I'll make it because I have a migraine. And I'm like, you take care of you.
Right.
I set an alarm on my phone for 9:15. So that I would remember, I wouldn't miss what time it was, and then wind up with you coming in my stream going, are you coming on my live?
Right.
It'd be 10 o'clock and me still going.
What time did you end up getting off?
9:30-ish.
Oh. Yes.
Marcia came on just for a minute to tell everybody to click the thumbs up. It was so cute because she does my PSA all the time, telling people, to click the thumbs up, to go over and hit the subscribe button and all that stuff. And I guess she felt bad that she wasn't there for the PSA. So she came on just to tell people to click the thumbs up and to subscribe and click the all notification bell. And then she said that, I can't watch the chat. I've got to go. Goodbye. And then she logged off again.
Gotcha. Yeah. Kendra can't, when she has a migraine, she can't watch the chat either. Bad.
She did a really quick PSA, not her usual. I could hear it in her voice that she wasn't doing well. And then she was dealing with the migraine and dealing with her husband he was having hallucinations today.
No.
Uh-huh. So,
wow.
yeah. And she said it on the stream, so I'm not telling any secrets.
Right. Wow.
Oh, thank you, Lisa. I enjoyed it.
For Marcia and her hubby.
Yeah, she working on finding a safe place to put him. So, yeah. Aussie Tina, I don't know when he goes into. She has to work that out with the VA.
Well, prayers out for Marcia and her husband.
And we will talk to you tomorrow.
Yes. Yes. Have a great night, early morning, day, and we'll see you this evening.
Night all.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Ta-ta.
Toodaloo.